Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Today I have a very special game. It's called Vagrus, the Riven Realms, and it was actually given to me by one of my fans, one of my viewers. His name is App Developer, and he also goes by the name of Hero Gamer, I think is what it is on Twitter. And one day he just surprised me with a game for free. And I figured, you know what? Let's play it on stream. It looks pretty cool. I don't see why not. And his name is Hero Gamer 0108. I'm going to go tell him hello. He's a pretty cool guy. And he's been watching my videos for a long time, even back when I was just a little wee person with only like 40, 50 subscribers. So I definitely appreciate it. And let's take a look at the intro here. It says that the game is still in development, so I guess we got that to worry about. Probably has some bugs here and there, I want to make sure my chat is up there so you guys can see it, and then also let me go ahead and pull up my so I can see the chat. Make sure my volume is working. Make sure my volume is working. Sounds like it works to me. Always got to do these little pre-checks. You never want to be that guy that does a whole stream, with absolutely no one being able to hear him because he didn't do a couple little pre-checks. Just a couple little pre-checks, not that big of a deal. You know what I mean? All right, let me. I want to make sure that chat is up there because that's pretty cool. And I need to open up chat real quick, so hold on. Opening up Twitch. I'll tell you one thing that I've never gotten used to is all the crazy workarounds you have to do to get things to actually work. Like you've got to go through all these little processes. And, well, hello there, Multi-Daniel. Why did that happen? Interesting indeed. It's on the wrong thing, that's why. Okay. Go ahead and close this one so it doesn't get confused. And there we go. Welcome to the chat room. So yeah, it's up there. Let me go ahead and type a message just to make sure. Hello, everyone. Perfect. Looks good too. All right. Go ahead and clear that so my ugly little message isn't up there. And I think we're going to get started. So let's go ahead and play the intro first here. That sounds pretty good. An armed traveling companion is usually carries cargo and passengers across the wastelands of the continent. It can get involved in a variety of jobs, range from trading to mercenary work. A comitatus of Vagrus, a venturer. Oh, I missed it.
The Riven Realms, they call it. What a fine poetic name for something as rotten and twisted as our land has become. It was not always so. Long ago, the old empire, the noblest and most enduring society created by humankind, spanned almost the entire continent of Zerine, the cradle of man. But after several millennia of progress and incomparable achievements, inevitably, the empire began to fall into stagnation and decadence. Desperately holding on to their privileges and resisting change while trying to avert the collapse of the realm, the emperor and his theocracy took to measures that were worthy of true despots in cruelty. subjugating weaker realms, enslaving whole nations, strip mining foreign resources, oppressing imperial citizens, war on several fronts, genocide. Eventually, the gods could no longer tolerate such horrors wrought in their name. Foretold by an abundance of divine omens, they descended upon the Empire to right its wrongs. Thus, in a chain of dreadful events that became known as the Calamity, they annihilated the Empire in a matter of days. The gods then finally saw what they had done in their anger and confusion. It is said that so much grief and shame filled them that they were broken and they left this reality, never to return. The continent and its inhabitants seemed dead, but at length survivors began to crawl out of their hiding holes and faced a land that no longer welcomed them. Arcane anomalies, the fallout of the Calamity, now riddled the continent, and people realized that they had to share their new home with changed and twisted creatures. Terrible beings entered through the cracks in the tapestry of reality, arose to rule over the natives. In time, these new powers rebuilt the fallen empire in their own image, and the River Realms, now godless and vengeful, reincarnated from the ashes. The inhabitants of the land, such as I, now eke out a living under the crushing rule of the new empire. The continent itself constantly resists our every attempt at building a cozy home for ourselves. As travel is dangerous, many ventures specialize in transferring cargo and passengers over bleak and deadly leagues of land. Others try to take everything of value from said travelers, or attempt to find buried treasures among the ruins of the old empire. The leaders of the endeavors are, some say, the bravest men and women of the River Realms. Such a leader is called a Vagrus.
All right. Seems pretty cool. Seems pretty cool. I like it. Combat animations. Guess we're gonna go to a new game. The choice cannot be altered later. Wasteland mode. This is the way Vagrus was intended to be played by the developers. The setting is a cruel, harsh, unforgiving place, so the game will not pull any punches. Expect a steep difficulty curve and little to no handholding. Save often because you will probably run into dead ends and deaths from time to time. Dissonance mode. This game mode is tailored towards a narrative experience. Combat management and almost all other aspects of gameplay are less challenging. The result is a smoother difficulty at the cost of alignment with the setting, causing a certain dissonance. Achievements are turned off in this mode. Okay, alright. Nothing beside remains round the decay of that colossal wreck. Boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. From Ozymandias by Percy Bysshe Shelley, 1818.
Ah, yes. A Vagrus. What a profession. Daring and savvy, always watching the horizon, always looking for an opportunity, and of course, for what is best for his comitatus, eh? And you are a Vagrus too, are you not? Many of your kind have I seen in my long life as a vagabond. Care to listen to a story about your exquisite occupation, good master? It is a tale of woe and terror, but it is also a tale that is true. as I have seen it with mine own eyes.
Mine own eyes. Tell us your tale, old man. It'll at least help kill the time. Play Pilgrims of the Wasteland. We don't want any ghost stories, old-timers. Skip Pilgrims of the Wasteland. I think we need to play. Why is...
You are, good master. My tale is of a Vagrus, such as yourself, but one whose fate was cursed and wrought with ill fortune. It all happened a long time ago. 10 years, maybe more. I was but a passenger, traveling rough roads and forgotten ways with this comitatus, south along the feet of the great mountains of the west.
Let's go, then!
This comitatus I speak of had fallen under hard times. Perhaps it was due to imperial harassment or unfortunate decisions, or simply bad luck. Hierophants, saint of roads, does not always smile on us mere mortals. But however it came to pass, their coin was drying up, and their opportunities seemed few and far between. One of the last chances their Vagrus saw was to travel to the remote town of Scrapheap and spend their remaining funds to stock up on cheap scrap metal. This metal could be sold for great profit over in the east and south. It wasn't a bad plan, truly, but it was not without risks either.
Welcome to Pilgrims of the Wasteland, a standalone story of Vagrus, the Riven Realms. It serves as an introduction to the setting and also as a tutorial to the game. It behooves you to read the tutorial text and follow the instructions to gain a better understanding of how the game works. The blank icon can be clicked in tutorial windows to show what section is referring to via a pointer. Note that you have to be on the right UI screen for the pointer to appear. Although Vagrus is an open world game due to Pilgrims of the Wasteland being a tutorial, it progresses along a narrow guided path in the beginning and opens up only later. After the core mechanics have been introduced, you can access the hotkey list by pressing F11. Interesting. Load game, main menu, help, enter settlement, explore camp, leave settlement, scouting, codex, journal, leader. Wow, this is a lot. I'm gonna have to consult this for a little while before I remember all these keys. And then there's combat keys too. Okay. It's a whole lot. On the campaign map, your comitatus, traveling company, always occupies a node and moves between nodes through paths. Moving along paths costs movement points, indicated next to each path. Every in-game day, you have a number of movement points to spend before you need to camp. To move, click on a nearby node and select Move from the radial menu. You can select a node that is farther away. The MP cost of moving there will be calculated in the path highlighted. Three. Having gone ahead of the column with a handful of scouts, you watch from afar as your comitatus slowly trudges along broken terrain, making its way south ponderously among dormant geysers. All around you the hills smolder lazily in the perpetual twilight. Are you alright? Javik's voice resonates with sympathy as he appears next to you on the ridge. You nod slowly, but do not look at him. Your gaze lost in the distance where ash cloaks the horizon and towering mountains to the south and west. You turn to your combs and note his supportive smile. You and Javik have been traveling the realms together for years now. There is no person in the world you trust more than him, except perhaps yourself. I know you feel that your hands are tied, but like I said before, you made the right choice by leading us here. Time will tell, but I have my doubts. It's a long shot, and you know it. There wasn't much of a choice, either this or returning my trading license and hanging myself. It has to work. We cannot fail, not like this. Thank you, but the last thing I need right now is a clumsy pep talk, even if it's well meant. Time will tell. It sounds good. Javik nods. True, but it's better than just giving up. The crew agrees too. That counts for something, no? It does, yes. Good to know they still have faith in me, or perhaps they're just desperate as I am. It's good to know they still have faith in me. They do have faith in you still, Javik says. It should not come as a surprise, since you have known and traveled with most of them for years and years. Some founding members of the Comitatus you could trust with your life, but you have heard stories before about Vagri, who have been abandoned for less. Times being what they are, Javik trails off, with the Imperials cracking down on us, independence more heavily than before. Business is tough, everyone knows, and they appreciate your efforts to keep us floating. Our plan ought to give us another chance. The plan you talked your traveling company into this a few weeks ago, but with each step towards the western mountains, more and more of them started to have their doubts, such as the way of the road, perhaps. When the text in an event highlighted is pale blue, it means that you have found a codex entry. Clicking these opens the codex and navigates you to the entry. The plan involves a desperate attempt at squeezing a low selling price for metal bits out of your old contact of yours in the town of Scrapheap. Let's try clicking on Scrapheap. Okay. Scrapheap is a town on the edge of the Imperial territory just north of the Molten Tongue and south of the Forest of Shadows. In the smoldering shadow of the great mountains of the west, Scrapheap rarely sees sunlight, as the skies are forever ashen and overcast. The air is hot and dry, earthquakes are common. Most of the time Scrapheap is engulfed in smoke and ash, and constant reddish twilight is upon it. Surrounded by a low wall, the town is indeed made of scrap and junk, mostly stone with metal scraps as well as leather and cloth awnings. A single tall tower stands high above the town, on a hill, housing a beacon that aids scavenger teams in their return, but also gives home to the Heap King. Inhabitants wear scarves and masks to aid their breathing. Well after the calamity, people flocked to the molten kingdom of Devendar Thar, formerly the homeland of all dwarves on the continent, in order to plunder any riches that remained there, especially the rare metal that is still in abundance in the kingdom. Because Devendar Thar is now extremely volcanic and volatile, the scavengers did not dare to dwell in it, only in its close proximity. Thus, the settlement of Scrapheap was born. The town is not under Imperial jurisdiction because the Empire never gave a damn about its existence out on the savage, barely inhabitable mountainside, and simply let gangs in Kamatati gather and sell the precious metal and ore in one of the border towns. Still, some trade houses sometimes set up temporary compound there, only to get robbed and driven out months later. Scrapheap is run by the Heap King, a gang lord who organized the previously chaotic and warring work teams. The Codex is a collection of entries you find throughout your travels. Entries contain information about the world and its inhabitants. When you have unread entries, the crystal on the cover of the closed Codex emanates light. Entries are displayed in a list on the left. You can search the entries and filter them by category using the buttons on the top. Unread entries are marked by a blue icon and appear on the top, while already read entries have a gold icon. The text selected entry appears on the right. Okay. So since I just read Scrapheap, it's right there. Alright, so let's close this. Stocking up on said metal by spending your remaining coin and bringing the cargo down south around the Molten Tongue to Devin via Avernum and Ash. The Molten Tongue. The Molten Tongue is the name of a region in western Zarin. It is a gigantic, constantly flowing lava river. The Molten Tongue is a gigantic forking lava river that covers a vast volcanic plain and hill region at the foot of Devendar Thar. The Molten Kingdom volcanic ash from the nearby mountains cover the western sky day and night. Ash and storm clouds gather over the mountains and are lit from below by the fires among the peaks. The active volcanoes keep spitting meteors and liquid fire in the distance. Many small and large lava lakes dot the region, and the ground and the stones are either covered in soot or show angry red colors. The giant lava river distorts the air from a distance, and closer to it the heat is unbearable. Before the calamity, Devendar Thar was the kingdom of all the dwarves on the continent, and the land unmatched in technological advancements, inventions, and ambition. One of the oldest of the dwarven royal lines King Vendar Thar were sympathetic to humans and aided them throughout the Second Age, then became fast friends by the Third Age. The Inventor Kings showed early Imperials the art of metalworking and stone masonry, helped build their ancient cities, and taught them how to mine ores. Devendar Thar itself was abundant with metal and precious stones, so much so, in fact, that in their unmatched pride, the Inventor Kings of the late Third Age forgot the wise ways of their forefathers and started refashioning their massive stone fortresses and arching bridges from iron. By the end of the age, gigantic monuments and vast cities made entirely of metal stood among the top of the great mountains of the west. Between them, metal roads were erected high above the canyons and valleys. When the calamity hit, the slumbering volcanoes of Devendar Thar burst with cataclysmic force and melted the iron cities and roads, killing millions in minutes. Large rivers of lava emerged. The sky became ash, the air poison, and the few that survived fled the kingdom and became a homeless, wandering, disgruntled people with no hope or future. The area east of the mountains became a no-man's land of volcanic ash and lava. The many lava flows in the central mountain range and most prominent volcanoes merged into a single giant lava river that flows east and travels leagues before gathering into lakes of magma or slowing down and cooling. This river is the Molten Tongue. Not much can live near the lava formations, but that does not mean that fools don't try to travel there every now and again. Due to the calamity and the land is cursed to bleed lava forever, so the Molten Tongue has been spilling forth for over 1,000 years. Holy crap. Devin. Devin is the largest settlement of the otherwise scarcely populated upper central region of the empire and is its provincial capital. Today, Devin is almost completely underground in a series of dark, cool caverns accessible through chasms opening between the spires and the ruins of the old town. Labyrinth-like tunnels and caves give home to many wraiths and others, and due to its position in the changed empire, Devin now has the Emperor's Road going through it, elevating it to a major city and trading post that managed to outgrow its humble beginnings as a shelter by taxing travelers and providing a sheltered stop on a long north-south journey. Dwellings are carved into the rock or are attached onto the rock walls, but even so, Devin is stiflingly crowded. Light is scarce, mostly provided by bright kelp. The city is among its greatest importers. Before the calamity, Devin used to be a middle-sized city, and the Emperor's Road did not pass through it, yet the Emperor chose it as the site for one of his many mysterious projects. The spires, a crown of a dozen blade-like spires made of smooth black metal, reach 100 yards toward the sky, occupying another city's worth of area next to Devin. After a whopping 20 years of sorcerous construction, during the calamity, most of Devin proper was completely destroyed, but the spires were unscathed, except that they got buried in rubble about halfway to their tops. Even today, nobody knows what their purpose might have been, and nobody could harm the spires in any way, not even leave scratches on their matte surface. Quite a few people survived the catastrophe in a nearby cave system, but they changed during the centuries spent living underground and became a new race, the Wraiths. The tunnel they dug under the earth throughout the centuries is what became the new city. What the hell? Avernum is a city, regional capital of the empire, where the Molten Tongue meets the Smolderborn Flats. Avernum is surrounded by a stone and bone wall with watchtowers standing every 200 yards. The bones were carried to the site from the Plains of Bone in the south, a great expanse, and are often carved with elaborate decorations. The houses of the city are in cramped lines, forming narrow streets and small plazas. Often plazas have leather and cloth awnings to shield them from falling and slowly gathering ash of the nearby lava rivers. Most buildings are dark brown due to the color of the stone available close by. An imposing stronghold called Slag Fort, which houses the garrison and the prefectus in its great hall, was built upon the single large hill of the south. Large warehouses can be found pretty frequently in the outer districts of town, along with smelting forges and furnaces. Some buildings are outside the walls, typically inhabited by the poor. The reborn empire soon moved back to the abandoned Smolderborn Flats after the calamity and found it ideal to settle because of the new resources that could be found there. Salt, minerals, and even obsidian. Thus, the city of Avernum was built at the western border of the flats under the control of an appointed governor called the Prefectus. The city mostly lacks the religious apparatus of provincial settlements, but has a fairly large military presence. Rumor is that due to the backwater status, Avernum follows imperial regulations more loosely, and it is essentially a private kingdom of the Prefectus. Controlling the city from the Slagfort, he sends his personal army, the Avernus Legion, to handle his business because many comitati carry obsidian and even metal through here. There is an unusual density of weapon craftsmanship and even blacksmiths in Avernum. One can find several forges and smithies on the main street. Ash is a township between the Searing Plains and the Jagged Waste, aptly named after the permanent ash-covered plain that it was built next to. The color of the ash-like silt here is gray, and the material covers most of the Ash's streets and low stone buildings. Ash is as far as an imperial road goes in the western provinces, and people claim it to be the last stop of civilization. These people here evidently never been to Ash, a hive of slaver scum and petty warlords, barely contained by the small local garrison. Slaver pits and compounds with clay or stone walls surround the town, but there's no fort or proper wall here. The small Legion garrison is set up in an abandoned compound on the west side. Nobody knows how the approximately 30-mile diameter ash field got there during the calamity, or why it does not dissipate, but it probably has to do with how the wind carries the silt down south from the ashlands. The town was built and settled by those who struck out west after the calamity in search of habitable lands. Their dreams faded when they faced the Searing Plains, and they ended up giving up and staying in this melancholy place. Ash has always been a gray, sad little settlement, but some wanderers and nomads come here to trade. Due to its proximity to the savage lands, it has become a slaver town, and the slave market is thriving usually. Therefore, some major imperial trade houses keep well-guarded villas of their own in the center of Ash. Okay. So when we read this sentence again with a little bit more context, in bringing the cargo down south around the Molten Tongue to Devin via Avernum and Ash, there was a shortage of metal in Devin, and several buyers who would give up a pretty price for your goods if you could only make it there before many others with similar cargo do. Such contexts are the boon of the long decades spent on the road, but even if Narbo, that villain, gave you an agreeable price in Scrapheap, the road is not without perils. Sneaking through the gap between the dead forest and the Molten Tongue is inviting disaster, so it is not a path many Vagri would risk, and of course, if this fails, you are out of alternatives. The dead forest is a large woodland area, which is counted as part of the Land of Shadows, situated between the Bronze Desert in the north and the Searing Plains in the south. Forever dark and foreboding, the trees in the glades still stand, but are leafless, blackened, and look dead. The area is in constant gloom, which is neither day nor night. There is no wind, the stifling air does not move. Black char, the remainder of green leaves long gone, covers the ground everywhere. Nothing lives here, and nothing moves except for spider-like beings in the north part of the woods that manage to spin their webs so thick that all light is blotted out by them. Whoever touches certain dead trees comes to an unknown but presumably horrible end. Legends say that these dead trees still hold a curse that kills swiftly and uncompromisingly, which has made lumbering rather risky, if profitable. What used to be the shimmering woods before the calamity turned into a bleak and desolate place called the Dead Forest. Following the cataclysm, spanning a vast territory the size of a smaller province, the unified woodlands are a shadow of their former self. The Empire was in no hurry to reclaim the foreboding place, and even today, apart from a few outposts gathering timber, nobody visits the forest. That's where we're going? Do you think Narbo will help us out? The old scavenger was never famous for his goodwill, Javik wonders. One can only hope. I haven't seen him in years. Hmm. Only one can only hope. I haven't seen him in years, but we always did good business. That said, you are not sure he would remember you or if he is still alive. I'm sure such sleazy bastards as Narbo would remember all the business they've ever done. Vagrus, Javik rubs his chin absent-mindedly. You have seen this expression of his too often not to realize he is using his sorceress talent to read your mind. Taking a peek. Apologies. Javik rubs his eyes and quickly looks away. You know how it is. It comes to me so naturally that sometimes I don't notice I'm doing it. Your thoughts were loud, Vagrus. I have to actually block them, you see. After joining your Comitatus 6 years ago, Javik proved to be an invaluable asset. Not only does he sense moods and thoughts around him, but he is also able to subtly manipulate others when he focuses his inner energies. It comes in handy when doing business. Then there are his other perks. A few times you saw him shatter the minds of men and beasts who tried to kill him. Not a pretty sight, but a very effective deterrence. Yet because he is not a trained sorcerer, at least not in the traditional sense, his abilities are sometimes difficult to control. You have to become accustomed to his impromptu thought scans, while others find it less bearable to be around him. For this reason, he has kept his abilities a secret for many years overall. But you can't keep a secret such as this for long in the close-knit community of Comitatus, especially not if you keep bursting minds and knowing things you shouldn't. So there are only a handful of your combs who put up with being near him for any length of time. But even so, he has not probed your mind in years, certainly not on purpose, but neither by accident. Perhaps he is less in control now, which suggests he is more on edge about this whole trip than he lets on. Apology accepted. You managed a faint smile. Let us return to the others and push on. There's still a day's travel ahead of us. Both of you head west to join the column. You go back to the Comitatus.
As we were coming up to the gates of Scrapheap, this trash pile town of cutthroats and scavengers, we could see the vast mountain ranges of shattered Bivandar Thar looming ominously over the horizon, half shrouded in the gaseous vapors belched forth by the volcanoes in the far west. My companions prepared to do their business in town as fast as they could, not wishing to tarry in this notorious place.
So what do we, what's our little thing here? We got all these little buttons. Camp, leave settlement, scouting, codex, journal, crew. I didn't mean to take a screenshot. Story. None of these buttons work. Scrapheap Village. The foot of the ever-fuming mountains of the ancient dwarven kingdoms lies Scrapheap, the town of scavengers. Debris and junk is piled into veritable hills upon which the rickety homes of the decrepit inhabitants stand precariously. Ash lingers everywhere, and the sun is almost always absent from the twilight skies. Deals are struck day and night over the precious metal scraps gathered in the ruins of nearby Devindar Thar, while the Heap King oversees all from his dreaded tower. Shady eyes in the soot-covered faces watch from under ash-laden awnings. Life is cheaper than iron here, some say. When the Comitatus enters a settlement, you can select from a variety of options, each on its separate pane, revolving around resting, resupplying, and trading. You also have the opportunity to initiate stories located in the settlement. Interesting. Tutorial. Okay. So what can we do here? X this out? No. Oh, there we go. You make your way to the Wrath Stash, a notorious watering hole tucked away in a small street just behind the imposing tower of the Heap King, but not quite under its immense shadow. You frequent the establishment, which makes it perfect for Narbo and his little operation of honest merchants. Apparently, the knave is not only alive, but has done well for himself in the past decade or so. Taking only Javik, you leave the comitatus to care of Titus, your quartermaster, while you are gone negotiating. Ash is flitting from the black sky as you cross the street and nod to the bouncer of the Wrath stash. You give him your sidearms quietly. Rules are rules, at least as long as they can enforce it. Yet they have the courtesy of allowing you to keep your dagger, and of course you have no idea what Javik is capable of. They have no idea what Javik is capable of. Should it come to a scuffle, not that you expect such a thing, but with Narbo no one ever knows. Though you have told your crew that he and you go way back, the entrepreneur is a capricious and manipulative man with whom you did not part on the best of terms. Does he remember that? Surely. Could he be persuaded to take your proposal? Who knows? Your eyes slowly adjust to the dimness of the tavern's interior. Only a few candles and a lamp at the bar illuminate the common room. Shadowy faces turn toward you and observe you through the smoke. The bartender, a thick-set man in a dirty tunic, is chewing tobacco serenely. Above the bar hangs the skeleton of a large heap lizard on display. Narbo is sitting at the table in the back, his bodyguard half hidden in the darkness at the wall behind him. Confidently, walk over to the bar, sit down at one of the vacant tables. Sit down at one of the vacant tables. Sounds good. You sit down with Javik and take a peek at Narbo now and again. After ordering a mug of bitter ale called Ash Tongue, you for yourself and a coffee for Javik, your companion leans closer. Your friend Narbo seems to be having trouble with the package. In his mind, it is a source of constant frustration in connection to the Heap King. You nod to Javik. His ability to read surface thoughts has proven to be invaluable on many occasions. Perhaps this is the edge you need. You notice how the sleazy merchant has stopped fiddling with his calculus and is now looking at some papers listlessly. It is time. Walk over to Narbo's table. The entrepreneur looks up from a stack of papers in front of him and rubs his eyes. Narbo is a corpulent man with bushy, dark beard and a few missing teeth. Part of his face is covered in scars similar to those left by old burns. That, coupled with the withered and mutated left arm that hangs limply at his side, is a clear indication of the taint. The merchant wears a leather jerkin studded with small bronze and bone coins, a sign of wealth and boldness. His bodyguard, a lithe man with tribal tattoos and an outfit made of leather, moves his hand calmly to a spear that leans against the wall. Narbo's mouth falls open as the spark of recognition flares up in his eyes. No wonder. It has been 10 years. The fuck, mate? He blinks. I thought you croaked. People, Narbo waves his good hand around and looks at his bodyguard. Told tales of your demise. The man finishes his sentence for him as the merchant nods vehemently. That business with Kernak outpost and the storm, Narbo adds. You tell him that you were indeed at Kernak when the terrible arcane storm struck. You describe the horrors of that night briefly. You add how many of your original comitatus died there, close friends, old traveling companions, but you walked away unscathed. This was years ago. Sheesh, that fucker Irophons looked after you. Something fierce, didn't he? Fierce eye. Narbo chuckles heartily. But I am sure you haven't come to reminisce about good old times, eh? His predatory smile makes you cautious, even though he invites you to sit down with a casual wave of his meaty hand. Meaty. Very meaty. Let's see. Get down to business. You have no time to spare. You tell Narbo to let bygones be bygones and instead listen to what you have got to offer now. You got some balls coming here. All business and bold. After a tense moment, his stern expression turns into a toothless smile. I like it. The bodyguard visibly becomes less tense, and Narbo opens his arms wide and bows his head. Let's ear it, mate. You breathe in. Time to outline your proposition. You explain to Narbo how you want him to give you a discount on a shipment of metal scraps, which you then would smuggle into Devin through contacts you have in the city's underworld. The profit on the shipment would be quite exquisite. You do not name your contact, but divulge enough of her that the plan looks solid. Buyers, you say, are lining up, expecting the shipment soon. Narbo sits in silence, eyes fixed on the table, as if listening to some noise from afar. He does not cut you off at any time during your proposition at length. After you are done, he looks up and gives you a weak smile. It sounds like you've been thinking for a long time about it, he says as he shifts in his chair. And it's a great plan, except for the part where I give you a discount for asking. And not much else. And I don't do that, mate. That would make me, an almoner, the bodyguard adds discreetly. That word, Narbo looks up at him. When the man nods, he turns back to you. I, an almoner. See, I'm no almoner. You know, you gotta do better than that. What you got for me? Let's see. We've got, tell him that you will be in his debt. You'll make a tidy profit as it is, but you will owe him a favor. Remind him that you two used to make a great team. That's definitely a no. Reveal that you were in a bad spot. That's definitely a no. I think my best bet is option 4, which is probably to help him out with his package. Let him know that in exchange for his help, you can help him out with a problem he might have right now. Narbo's jaw drops when you insinuate that you know about his little problem. Fuck me, mate. You are better connected than I thought, or you have something up your sleeve, the merchant says as he eyes Javik suspiciously. For a while, he is quiet, then he looks up and narrows his eyes. Tell you what, I think we can help each other. You headed to Devin by way of Avernum, aye? When you nod, Narbo leans closer and signals his bodyguard. The man with the dreadlocks steps closer and carefully produces a small packet from beneath his leather jerkin, then puts it into the merchant's palm. This here, little fella, is mighty important to me. See, if you take this out of the city and deliver it to my associate in Avernum, we're even. You get your discount scrap from me. The merchant offers you the package, and Javik draws in a breath, but before he could speak, Narbo interrupts him. And before Pretty Boy here asks, though I won't tell you what's in it, don't even think about opening the package. What I can say is it ain't dangerous to you itself, but you might want to keep it hidden from the damn militia of good old Scrapheap. You take the package. The way Narbo glares at you makes it clear that you have no other choice. This might just be the opportunity you had hoped for. The package is small enough to fit in your palm, feels very light and wrapped in a fine leather. You pocket it after briefly observing it. You'll be looking for a man named Skornar in Avernum. He ain't to be trifled with either. Just tell him I sent you and you'll be fine. You can find him or his men in La Venus watering hole most of the time. Give this fella to him, and to him only. Understand? After you assure him you do, Narbo instructs you to give him an hour, then look for his people at the market and simply introduce yourself. They will know what price they should give you on the metal scraps by then. He motions to this man. You and Javik stand up and make ready to leave. Ravier will make ye to the back exit. We don't want to give people the idea they can come here begging for almonds now, do we? Or anyone to connect us and run to the militia, for that matter. You got what you came for, so leave the Wrath's stash through the back entrance and head back to the Comitatus. Interesting. Walk up to the tower. Perhaps it's time to visit the Heap King? Stroll Scrounger's Lane. There's always something to be had here. I don't know if it's a good idea to say hello to the Heap King. Not really sure about that, but you know what? Let's go. Why not? Walking up to the Great Heap, to the immense tower, is a daunting task. Up on the hill, it is even more difficult to breathe than in the ash-choked city at its feet. The hot wind blows from the south. Every step is slow torture. By the time you reach the gates of the tower, your chest is heaving and you're coughing up soot. Before you rises the Tower of the Heap King. The Heap King. The ruler of the town of Scrapheap, the man called the Heap King, is widely considered to be a formidable fellow, though most admit that they have never seen him. Many years ago, after most trade houses that set up shop in the town got robbed and were driven out, a gang lord appeared and organized the previously chaotic and warring work teams. Eventually, his charm and power earned him rulership, rumored to have been an important man in the empire until his humiliation and exile. The Heap King now commands considerable personal influence over the junkyard town and its warring factions. Ruler of this trash pile of a town. The whole structure is cobbled together from scrap, with the lower levels covered in metal sheets. A huge bonfire of yellow-white flame burns on its topmost level day and night, a beacon for the scavenging teams to follow home. Looking nigh impregnable, the fortress has only one entrance. A small group of guards sneers malevolently as you approach. Better turn back if you have no business here, vagabond, the ranking gatekeeper says from under a mask attached to his bronze skull cap. You have nothing to say that would gain entry. A long walk down the hill remains. Ask them where you could acquire an invitation. Perhaps you could try licking my arsehole and see where it gets you, one of the guards says loud enough for you to hear. A round of applause and guffaws follows. The ranking guard does not laugh, but does indeed nothing to reprimand his men either. My duty is to stop anyone without official business to enter, not to educate them where to get a pass, he says, and walks back to the others. Wow. His arsehole, huh? You and Javik roam the dingy market called Scrounger's Lane, at the foot of the great heap upon which the Tower of the Heap King is built. Ash-covered awnings and dirty stalls line the labyrinth streets, with stiflingly narrow alleys and tiny squares, adding to the general confusion. Sometimes it is difficult to tell a shop from a dilapidated home, and for good reason. Most people who live here are also merchants to some extent, and even though the Heap King's militia is there to keep the peace, you can't help but notice all the shifty gazes from the deplorable types aimed at you. Take a look at the local prices and goods. You recall a little shop hidden in an alley. Its owner used to peddle dwarven curiosities. Perhaps it is still there. Sounds good to me. The small shop is still there, at the end of a serpentine alley in the south side of the market district. Standing outside of it, you notice how it is much worse shape than you remember. Inside the decrepit shack is an equally unkempt young fellow who hails you with a jolly smile. The shop looks empty. A short conversation reveals that the youngster is the son of the man who used to run this place. His father never came back from a forage into dwarven ruins a few months ago. Unfortunately, I don't have Dad's expertise on dwarves, neither am I the adventurous sort, so by now, I've sold all his remaining stock, and I'm closing shop soon. Then I'm off and away from Scrapheap for good. Go south, and maybe to them Dragonlands, he says, scratching his beard. You talk a bit about dwarven culture and his father's obsession with their forgotten technological wonders. You are about to say goodbye when he slaps his forehead. I still have something here that Vagrus, such as yourself, might be interested in. He fishes a small brass compass out of his pocket and hands it to you. It is a master work, no doubt, sporting runes and detailed etchings on the sides. The fellow is willing to sell it to you for a token price. 155. What is that? 1 silver, 5 copper. Sure, probably need a compass, I don't know. It seems like the kind of game you're going to need a compass in. Let's see. Let's take a look at local goods. After spending an hour looking at wares, you realize that there's nothing here you would fork out coins for. Of course, there are a lot of useful things, but you want to keep the rest of your purse intact should you run into difficulties on the road ahead. Also, there is a veritable army of cut purses working at the market, and though so far, you've managed to outsmart them. Staying here would tempt fate too much. Okay. So we need to wait an hour. Leave the settlement. Guarding my camp. Not really sure what to do from here. I can't click on any of these tabs on the right. Explore. Camp, leave settlement. Camp. Doesn't work. Take a look at our journal. Find your contact in Scrapheap and strike a deal with him. Buy everything for the journey at the market. 24 scrap metal goods. Have at least 800 supplies. The awnings equipment. Oh, here we go. The market pane displays the available goods you can buy at the settlement's market on your right and opens the cargo pane on your left. You can buy goods from the market or sell your own goods from the cargo hold. When buying or selling, buy or sell one increment only by clicking the buy or sell button next to listed goods. Hold shift and clicking and the buy and sell buttons for the whole stack. Drag and drop. Okay, seems pretty self-explanatory. Okay, so we wanted all the scrap metal. We need at least 800 supplies. That's what it said. So we currently have 250. 250, that's 500. 6, 7. So we need 100 more supplies. Okay, what else did it say we needed? Awnings. Yeah, the awnings. Equipment you own in a pool below contain the Kamatanas illustration. In order to gain their bonuses, you need to equip them first by dragging and dropping them into the appropriate slot on the illustration. Okay, so awnings need to be dragged where? Harnesses. The compass, categories, navigation, miscellaneous. Okay. Alright, so what else they have for sale? They have coal. Price history feature. Doesn't open up. Definitely running low on money. I'm assuming that this is, as far as money goes, that, okay, there we go. 1 Lyrug. So I've got 3 Bros, which is 2 Lyrig and 8 Changers. Oh, I got 3 Bros, 2 Lyrig, 8 Changers. Okay. No clue what that actually means. Kind of curious as to whether I should buy the coal. I feel like I probably shouldn't. Alright. So I think we're going to leave the settlement now. Because we should be... we should have everything we need. 24 scrap metal, 800 supplies, and the awnings. We have all that. 250, 250, 250, so that's 500, 750. There we go, 800. And we've got 6666, so that's 24 supplies, or scrap metal. And we have the awnings. So I think we're good to go. We also got the compass, which I don't think we were supposed to have, really. Packed up and restocked on supplies with all your business here concluded, you finally make ready to leave the decrepit town of Scrapheap behind in the morning. You spend the night inside a guarded compound, not for free though. On second thought, there are still things you wish to explore. You spend the night inside a guarded compound. You set out at dawn. Ash is flitting from the sky, and distant mountains rumble ominously in the morning twilight. As your comitatus reaches the west gate of town, you notice almost immediately that the militia at the gates is questioning and inspecting travelers. You realize that even if they are looking for the package Narbo gave you, there is minuscule chance of finding it among several departing caravans, all made up of dozens of people respectively. Besides, the packet is a tiny, well hidden at the bottom of a sack of dried mushrooms. A robbed magistrate of the Heap King appears to coordinate the search effort, picking out people or even whole traveling groups for inspection. As your comitatus draws near, it takes only a passing glance from him to check you and your crew before he mentions to the guards to let you through. You quietly pass under the gate and go out into the broken wastelands. The comitatus is well on its way, and Scrapheap is a mere dot on the horizon by the time Javik joins you at the front of the line. Just like I said, you made the right choice with this venture. Talk of how you may have saved us all in spreading like wildfire. He says with a faint smile, of course, we do have to make it alive, Devin, with the cargo, but it's a good start, don't you think? Nod in agreement. There may be hope. Agreed, there may be hope left to the comitatus after all, and you know it's in large part thanks to you and your abilities, not mine. Javik smiles as he bows his head in thanks. Not that I fully agree, but it's my pleasure to be of use, and I'm sure that the journey will be fine. It's not like we started this business yesterday. With that, you both go back to your duties and the constant monitoring of the horizon. If all goes well, you should reach the Wound in a few days, where you can turn south along the edge of the Molten Tongue and travel to Avernum. The Wound. The chasm called the Wound is a 15-mile-long cleft that runs between the broken hills right next to the dead forest on its southern side. True to its name, the 100 to 200 yard deep ravine's bottom glows with a crimson light and is covered with a blood-like liquid. The penetrating, horrid smell of a gangrenous wound permanently covers the whole area. No one has ever returned from the ill-fated ventures to the bottom of the pit. Abominable creatures born of the blood-like liquid wander the wound's vicinity, sometimes attacking indiscriminately, other times not paying mind to passers. +3 morale. Your progress is saved at checkpoints. Whenever you leave a settlement, reach a story-related checkpoint, as well as the start of each in-game day, your game is saved automatically, overwriting the previous auto-save. Manually saving is unavailable in the standalone story, The Pilgrims of the Wasteland. In the open-world main campaign, you can manually save in the game. Okay.
There they were, with a full cargo hold, and filled with newfound hope. Yet, the road ahead still promised hardships and peril. I traveled with them southwards, expecting to reach more habitable lands beyond the Molten Tongue's river of lava.
Let's go! The crew management UI is now active. Click on the sheet in the top left-hand corner to open it. The crew management window allows you to manage your comitatus. Morale is the general mood of your comitatus. If it ever drops to 1, there is a chance that the comitatus dissolves and you lose your game. You can see the current effects of your morale below the rating. Obedience indicates how satisfied your slaves are. I have slaves. I don't want slaves. Low obedience leads to theft, runaways, and worse. Be sure to guard your slaves with enough fighters and treat your slaves well, or punish them consistently to raise obedience. Okay, wow. Okay, well. Nutrition shows how well fed your crew is. Low nutrition incurs penalties. Extra rations raise nutrition, while starving your crew repeatedly lowers it. Vigor indicates how tired the comitatus is. Low vigor results in penalties on tests and is drastically slower comitatus, which can spell doom quite fast. You can see the current effects of your vigor below the rating. Okay. Upkeep is how much you owe your crew. You can pay them at the end of each day or keep collecting debt. Consumption is how much food your crew consumes each day. Running out of supplies leads to a quick death in the wastelands. Workforce is generated by workers and slaves. You have to have enough workforce to cover the comitatus. Needs including beasts, crew, and passengers going below the required number bestows serious penalties. Passengers are people your comitatus takes to their destinations for rewards. You can take on passengers in some events and settlements. They also consume supplies. Lizard icon. I got 11 slaves. Here you can see the number of each crew and beast type you have in your comitatus. Consult the tooltip for each type to learn more about their role. Outriders are special because you need a fighter and a mount to be able to create an outrider by using the plus button. While outriders are excellent fighters, mounts with outriders carry cargo. You can always dismount the fighter by using the minus button. Add an outrider. So I have a wandering old man, 7 morale, 7 compliant, 6 sustained nutrition, 9 invigorated vigor, partially defended, persistent. My upkeep, daily total, companion, fighter, scout, worker, unpaid days 1. "15 workforce from your workers and slaves and the passengers combined for an efficient operation of the comitatus. You currently produce 16. Each worker carries 1 cargo. Beasts of burden that haul cargo. Fighters can defend the comitatus and attack others on your command. When fighters would be lost, you have no more fighters in the comitatus. You start losing scouts and workers." Okay, interesting. So let's see here. Of course we can't. They've got a lot of this stuff locked up, so I can't even look at it. You have run out of movement points and need to camp, ending the day. Being on the road all day, spending most of your MP, lowers the vigor of your comitatus that you can replenish by camping. So you can also camp earlier than running out of MPs, which helps raise vigor faster. Okay, so now we have to go to our camp, which is Y. Okay, alright. At the end of each in-game day, the comitatus makes camp and settles down for the night. Supplies are consumed and movement points are refreshed after camping. At each camp, you can decide to offer normal or double wages for the current day, independent of whether you pay them or not. Double payment increases morale. You can also choose to pay all your debts to your crew at this time. Pay now to accrue payments. Pay later, but the longer you delay, the grumpier the crew will get. Obedience and nutrition also appear here, as well as the options to discipline or liberate slaves. Workforce shows how much workforce generated by workers and slaves you need to maintain the comitatus. Going below the required bestows serious penalties. You have the option to give out less or more supplies under rations, which penalizes or boosts vigor and morale respectively. Starving your crew will have long-term negative effects on nutrition as well, but it may be necessary sometimes to save rations. All the lock icons allow you to save current settings of the corresponding UI element, and that it remains the same for the next camp. Under hunting and foraging, you can send your crew out into the wasteland to find supplies, sometimes even other goods. Base chances for these activities depend on your related perks, deputies, crew, and the region you are in. You can also see expected yields below each activity. The cost of hunting and foraging is movement points or vigor if you are out of MP. Hunting uses scouts as a chance to get you a large number of supplies. Critical failure might kill the scouts. Click on the scouts to allow hunting. Foraging is more reliable but yields fewer supplies. It can use workers and slaves. You can add them or remove them by the activity by clicking their crew portraits. Critical failure might kill the workers or slaves. Hunting and foraging results appear after you end the day. The summary of what happened to your crew that day can be seen on the right. You can also talk to your companions using the speech bubble beneath their portraits. Companions heal naturally during the camp, but chance of healing a worsening condition can be seen on the bar below. Use of medical supplies for increased chance of healing. You must also set your defense orders for the night. A more lenient defense has a higher risk of nighttime ambush and negative effect on obedience. You approach Javik. He is tending to one of your beasts of burden. When he sees you wish to talk, he steps away, motioning to a handler to finish what he started. What's on your mind, Vagrus? Ask him what he thinks of Narbo's package. Whatever is in it, your friend was really concerned to get it out of Scrapheap with none the wiser, and get it to his man in Avernum. When he sees your thoughtful expression, Javik adds, I sincerely hope you don't plan on opening that damn thing. We're in enough of a predicament as it is, and that would surely antagonize this Skornar fellow, who is Narbor's, in Narbor's mind, appeared as a tough customer. Someone your friend was clearly afraid of. Oh yeah, I remember you haven't been there in a long time. Well, Avernum is less of a provincial town like Scrapheap these days and more like one of the great cities of the Empire. Sure, it's not as large as Devin or Torzag's Shelter, but it's a busy city with lots of people and commerce. They say the prefect who oversees the place has his own private thing going on, and he's fairly easy on the crime bosses. Well, at least those that play along. Trade from the region concentrates on Avernum, and everyone wants to get their share. There's not really much to say. You know most of it already. I spent most of my youth on the road where I learned to handle all kinds of beasts. My abilities were a great help in that, but I also had really good teachers. I eventually sought training to enhance my telepathic skills, but I returned to life on the road later on. We met a little after that. Where did you get your telepathic training? Javik frowns and looks away. This is not something I do not wish to divulge. It's not a matter of trust, you know. I swore an oath not to give anything of my mentors, and indeed, I keep my word. Morwen is discussing something with a few scouts when you approach them. She sees you and steps away from her company, joining you next to the tent in the shadows. You immediately start to feel anxious, as if roused out of torpor by Tarkian coffee, the effects of her demonkin heritage, no doubt. Anything I can do for you? Ask what you think about the Comitatus. What I think is that if everyone does what they're supposed to, we can deal with most of the problems on the way. There's a moment of silence, and you realize she is done talking about this. What do you think about Javik? Javik is someone I did not trust. He can read people's thoughts, they say, but he's always been kind to everyone. And he knows his way around beasts. I'm glad he's traveling with us. Ask about her past. I was a mercenary. I don't want to talk about that. Then you hired me, and you've known everything there is worth knowing about me since then. She seems thoughtful for a moment. Now, I can't speak for all of us because there are many kinds and variants of our race. We are called demonkin. Since it is said that demonic blood runs in our veins, around us people feel uneasy or anxious. Each of us has abilities that men of your empire do not possess. I can see in the dark. Cold gets to me slower, and my skin burned less likely than that of humans. It's all very practical. Oh, and I have these, she points to her horns and bone spikes. Demonkin is a general name for the many changed beings that have demonic blood in their veins, but it is specifically used in the context of Zeren for those that are less than half demon, that is, those who have demonic ancestry in their grandparents or earlier. Demonic blood typically manifests as an aura of uneasiness that surrounds the Demon King, as well as in physical and sometimes sorcerous traits borne by the person. Each of the demon produce a set of traits in its demonkin typical to its own form and abilities. Thus, a Morgai Demon Kin would either have fangs, heat vision, or the ability to fly or turn into smoke, enhanced strength or agility, or any number of these, just like the Morgai demon itself. Historically, demons typically mingle with humankind, while the other races such as dwarves or elves do not have demonkin, or at least nobody has reported one yet. Ogres have been known to be able to mix with demonkind. Similarly to humans, demonkin became to be fairly common on the continent after the Calamity, as the released arcane energies disrupted and broke the barriers between the Outer Realms and Zeren, allowing denizens of the plains to enter and thrive in the Riven Realms. Most people can't really tell them apart from the many other strange creatures that roam the continent these days. Demonkin do not have a culture or realm of their own, living among other races typically. Most frequently among humans, the Empire has been known to make use of their unique abilities, and the demonic cult of Baal-Urkal, and especially the Nosferatus Sisterhood, has drawn many of them into their fold. Still, most of them are very independent and wish to be their own masters. Most of the demonkin on the continent do not have an agenda in concert with that of the Legion, yet some may be agents of that ominous power. Okay. No guards. Just sufficient. We're not, we're gonna pay now. Obedience. I don't want slaves. Okay, so apparently I can gain obedience by releasing the slaves, so I guess I'll do 3 a day, and I'll just keep getting my obedience up. Sounds good to me. I'm only at 5 nutrition. I think I'm going to do 150% for today. %, brings their morale up to 9. Let's do 150. Good. Let's go. Alright, can we send people out to hunt, forage, whatever? I don't want to butcher them. How do I hunt? I want to hunt. Faction, node tracking, camp, scouting. Let's see what scouting does. Nothing. Probably still have that locked. Crew. Of course, that's where I just was. Okay, so we're going to have to camp again. Alright, we're going to go back down to 100%. We're going to pay now. It's interesting. I guess I don't really need obedience right this second. We can't save the game here, right? That's right. No manual saving. After a long day's march under bleak skies and harassed by hot winds, the Comitatus finally settles down in a wide ravine. After taking care of camp chores and checking on all your combs, you go to your tent and tuck in for the night. There are benefits to sleeping out in the wasteland. The silence is quite calming, tranquil even. The only murmur of the distant fire, belching mountains, the whisper of the wind, and the occasional groans of your beasts can be heard, except something else is making a muffled noise you do not recognize. Your eyes flick open. Something is wrong. What in Tartarus is it now? You rise to check it out. Leaving your tent and passing the sleeping beast, you are just about to call to guard when you stumble upon a large quadrupedal creature covered with fused bone protrusions. It is munching on supplies scattered across the ground, evidently from a torn open sack lying nearby. The creature is a Jakara, a Jakra. Jakras are the vermin of the wastelands, bad-tempered and aggressive pack hunters. They have plagued the Riven Realms since the calamity. Jakras are four-legged reptiles covered by hardened yellow-brown, grown-together scales that cover their backs like armor. Adult specimens are 3 to 4 feet high at maximum and are between 1.5 to 2 yards long. They have thick, powerful, short legs that can propel them forward quite fast but make it difficult to maneuver. Jakra heads have thick scale plates, and males sport about half a dozen thorn-shaped horns to maul and tackle with. Jakras are very stubborn creatures that hunt in packs, don't know when to give up. Once they tore into prey, they don't let go until killed or killing. They are omnivores but have a taste for flesh, so they often take on larger prey in groups. Jakras live in hot, arid places like continents, central deserts, but are quick to adapt to other environments except cold ones. Okay, it says they like to hunt in packs, so that's a bad sign. That means it's probably not alone. Before you can utter a word, the monster charges you, and out of the shadows, Morwen leaps at it, tackling it aside, cutting its hide with her bone axe in a follow-up swing. You breathe out, realizing that she probably just saved your life. Javik runs up to you just as the creature backs off and lets out a long howl. There's more of these accursed things, boss. Must have sneaked past the perimeter guards. They're trying to chase them off, he blurts out. As he does, you can hear yelling and the sound of battle from around the camp. The wounded Jakra is joined by another one from behind a cargo pile, and the two of them start circling you. Javik steps behind Morwen, and as they get ready for the fight. Well, hello, Jakra. Companion combat is turn-based, where 1 to 6 enemies fight against your team of 1 to 6 companions. You can use the skills of your companions to defeat your enemies, protect your companions, and set yourself up in advantageous positions on the combat board. Companion combat is made up of rounds. Each round, all the participants take turns to act, When everyone has had their turn, the current round ends and the new round begins. This goes on until either you or your companions or your enemies are defeated. The combat board is divided into two sides, the friendly side and where your companions and occasional allies are, and the right side where the enemies are, of course. Each row has 3 positions. Certain skills can only be used when standing in the position of the appropriate row. It's a lot like Final Fantasy, I can see, because there's a front row and a back row. So I'm assuming one is the ranged and one is the melee. The order of combatants receive their turns according to the initiative at the beginning of each round. All active combatants add 1 to 6 random to their initiative to determine what order they will progress through the round, starting from the highest initiative. The initiative order, top left, shows the order in which combatants receive their turns. Wise leaders use this information to plan ahead. Hey, you leave Javik alone. Alright. So, Morwen's turn. Melee skills can only be used in the front row. Okay. All characters can move. Footprint icon, left selection button to any adjacent position. We probably want her to move in front of Javik so they stop picking on him. Each companion has 4 combat skills besides move, represented by the row of icons below their name. When you select the skill, its stats are displayed below the skill icons. Use Mind Blast. Mormon skills include options to push front row enemies back, Savage Kick, and pull front row enemies forward. That was nice. These type of skills can be used to great effect in controlling your enemies. That sounds pretty good, actually. Let's kick him back. And now he can't melee because he has to move forward, right? Alright. Let's go ahead and give her Premonition. And he had to use up his turn to move forward, so that's useful. Alright, let's focus on this guy. Hit 2 adjacent enemies in the same row, and then move to the side. Alright, 1 down. Alright, we're gonna kick him. Oh, he didn't move backwards. So that was useless then. Might as well just do a devastating blow. Evasion. Alright, Victora. The 2 chakra lie dead at your feet. Morwen wipes the foul-smelling blood from her axe blade as a guard arrives and talks to her. You okay, boss? Javik pats you on the shoulder. You nod, turning to Morwen as she approaches you. All hostiles taken care of, she says. They got to some of the food, but we could take their meat and other parts to make up for it. Harvest the damn critters before going back to bed. Perhaps you will gain something from this in the end. Ivory plus 2. Okay. 90 supplies and 5 hides. Sweet. Sweet. Chart is now active. What is chart? Oh. Chart is your tool for navigating the wastelands of Zarin and planning out journeys. You can move around by holding the left mouse button and moving the mouse. You can zoom in. Any discovered settlement or point of interest can be marked by clicking their icon, a flag icon, which highlights them on the chart. You also have the option to navigate to the codex from the box. Mark of... so we got to click on Avernum. Mark of Avernum. We gotta mark it. I don't know. How do we mark this? I don't know if I'm marking it correctly. Did I mark it? Hopefully I marked it in. Alright, let's go. Forced March allows you to move further than your maximum movement points in a given day. Forced March movement using marching MPs indicated next to your MPs on the top left. Marching along paths and its cost is indicated by the red on the campaign map. Although forced marches get you further, use them carefully. Your crew loses vigor and even morale rapidly if you march too often without extra resting. We strongly suggest refraining from frequent forced marches until you have more experience. High vigor and morale and well-supplied comitatus are required for forced marches to have less negative impact. Sounds like I'm camping. Sounds like I'm camping. You approach Javik. He is tending to one of your beasts of burden. I am what they call afflicted. That is, someone with abilities beyond those of mortals. These abilities vary greatly from person to person. Mine are what you might call telepathic mental powers that can sense, enhance, and even manipulate the thoughts of both beasts and men. Those afflictions are, though, thought to have originated from the calamity. I couldn't say myself. I only know that I've had them since I can remember. It started manifesting as inexplicable sensations and a sixth sense. But with hard work and exercise, I was able to turn it into a controlled skill set. Obedience is 9. Morale is 9. Sustained nutrition. It honestly seems like I need to give them more because they're not. I don't want to run out of supplies before I get to the next area, but at the same time, ugh. All right, hunting, foraging, healing. As the Comitatus is scaling another stretch of black sand dunes, one of the outriders you had sent out to screen your left flank rides in on the line and heads immediately to you. You can see the man is in a panic right away from the way he hops off the saddle while decelerating and almost falls over. Before he reaches you and your guardsmen, you are already setting up a defensive perimeter to the east. You beckon to the beast drivers to halt the line. Vagrus, they are coming. I saw them walking over the dunes. The pilgrims are coming. A murmur of terror washes over the Comitatus. Clearly your scout was referring to the last pilgrimage. The last pilgrimage is a magical phenomenon and one of the great mysteries of the Fourth Age. Originally a group of pilgrims walking in penance to the capital, they were turned into a host of wandering specters that haunt the forsaken reaches of the Empire. Nobody knows what the undead pilgrims look like, as no one has lived to tell the tale of a close encounter. People who have seen them from afar and survived saw a pale, eerie, white-yellow light that surrounded a large group of walking dead. The spectral wanderers seem to be constantly followed by tempestuous winds that usually create a sand or dust storm around the pilgrimage. It is said that in the last month before the calamity, a group of high-ranking priests of the pantheon of the elder gods started to see patterns in the strange phenomena that began to appear sporadically all over Zarin. They interpreted it as omens from the gods and realized that their creators were displeased. To appease them, they set out in humble pilgrimage from the city of Taut. Other sources name other cities as their origin, and plan to walk all the way to the capital upon reaching it as ask for an audience from the emperor. These rich high priests cast away their earthly belongings and walked barefoot. Many joined them on their way, clerics and simple folks alike. After weeks of walking, the omens became more intense, and finally the calamity struck. According to legend, it caught the last pilgrimage, by then swollen to thousands of people, out in the open somewhere south of Devin. The cataclysm did not kill them, but turned them into cursed undead, forever bound to their futile pilgrimage, forever seeking to reach the capital, which will always be out of their reach. There is no apparent rhyme or reason behind the appearance and disappearance of the last pilgrimage. It seems completely random, though it never occurs near settlements, but almost always in open areas. If they appear, and sometimes does not or cannot flee, and someone does not or cannot flee, they are never seen again. The theory is that the specters force them to join the pilgrimage that is doomed never to reach the capital. So it's constantly growing then. This group of spectral horrors is known to appear out of nowhere and eradicate even large groups of travelers in a matter of minutes. Nobody quite knows what happens to those who encounter them up close, as nobody has lived to tell the tale. Some reckless people were reputedly able to take a peek at the otherworldly wayfarers, but during your many years as a Vagrus, you never met any such person whose story was credible. You know all too well that if your outrider tells the truth, and you see no reason why he wouldn't, the only chance of survival is for you to run or hide. Run or hide. Well, there's a choice for you. I mean, if they're constantly moving and there's thousands of them, I feel like hiding might not do good, especially since we're such a large group with such large creatures. I mean, where are we going to hide? In the dunes? I feel like running might be the better alternative. Let's try running. You turn your whole comitatus around and make haste westwards at the right angle to the espied direction in which the pilgrims are reportedly moving. After an hour of hauling ass, you make the line stop. Scouting parties you have sent out saw no sign of the spectral menace, so you turn back and realign with the original direction you were traveling, headed south-southwest. You lost a lot of time today, but at least you can say that you have come fairly close to the last pilgrimage and lived to tell the tale. -4 movement. Ugh. Alright, so we're camping again. And, can we even gain any more obedience? Like, I really don't know. I really don't want slaves, to be honest. I don't want any slaves. But I am also trying to use that, like, you know, I want to free them all, but I want to free them all, like, in time, so that I'm keeping that obedience high. It seems like it's a good way to keep your obedience up. Pay now. I need them to start hunting. Like, how do I get them to hunt? Tasks. No. Objectives, qualities. I don't think it's here. It's not here. Leave settlement, scouting, codex, journal, leader, chart, price, herstory, crew, companions, cargo, deputies, story, market, Mancio, faction, node tracking. I mean, there's explore, node tracking, none of them. Oh, well, that's that. I don't think they've enabled it yet. That's all it is. Like, because it seems like every time I try and do something, it has to be enabled first. See, there's the hunting, there's the foraging, and there's no results because I don't know how to turn it on. The Comitatus climbs the last black dune and comes to a halt on your mark. Standing on one of the carts, you spy the horizon carefully before hopping down and convening with your most trusted. Ahead looms the Voiceless Lake. A feared place devoid of all life, the Voiceless Lake is one of the many active formations created by the proximity and lava flow of the Molten Tongue. The danger represented by the lake is more subtle than the other lava lakes, since the lava cools down fairly quickly as it comes near the desert or black sands. The molten rock goes under the actual lake that has a mirror-like, streaming, watery surface just below boiling point. The lake is a quiet place with black sand, dark rocks, and permanent fog of steam. The close proximity of the lake is deadly, however, as quite unexpectedly the ground can give way and one can fall into boiling hot water or pockets of lava. Other times, the scorching steam can suddenly break through the earth and melt the flesh of unwary travelers. Beautiful! A place deadly and quiet, and utter peril. The lava flow is particularly tendril of the Molten Tongue cools down here below a tough shell of dark rock covered by steaming water. Yet the shell is not solid enough in places. It can crack in the blink of an eye and open under one's foot, leading to a sudden scalding death. There are ways to guess where it is safe to cross, but it has to be done slowly and attentively. Your scouts know their way around here, but because the lava changes constantly beneath the shell, they have to rely on finding a new way through each time. The lake is voiceless because everyone has to keep completely quiet. That way one might hear the shifting lava and the cracking shell just in time to avoid disaster. Your lieutenants agree that crossing over to the far side of the shell is still better than going around into the Arenas Negras. Called the Black Desert of Black Sands in the Imperial Tongue, this place is a vast empty desert where the fine sand is completely black. People who enter the desert and stay for more than a few hours usually inexplicably disappear. In the center of the desert is a terrible place, the source of all evil in the region, the Arx Mortis. Whatever happened to this place today, only sand dunes and some dark rocks remain. Even if someone digs deeper under the surface, the black sand does not change, as if it went on forever. Generally, stones and rocks are quite rare in Arenas Negras, but there are some ridges and cliffs here and there. Nothing lives here. The silence that pervades the place is deafening. The weather ranges from cold to cool, and the sun is never seen, hiding behind a permanently gloomy, overcast sky. Yet there's no rain here, ever, and only a constant chill, dry breeze can be felt. The gloom stays at night, and there are no stars. A strange bluish-white, sickly glow can be seen on the horizon, where the dread silhouette of the Arx Mortis, the city of the dead, can be seen, even at places there are not close to it physically. Called the City of the Dead these days, Arx Mortis used to be Calderum, capital of the Senvorati province, known as the City of Light. Calderum was made into its most horrible caricature by the calamity. These days it is a dead city filled with eerie moaning and groans cast in perpetual twilight and beset by bone-chilling cold and pale cold light coming from the faded rocks that are almost all that remain from its beautiful buildings and walls. The curse affected the surroundings of the city as well, and thus the desert of black sands were born, bereft of life and joy and light forever. Okay. All right. Your lieutenants agree that crossing over to the far side of the shell is still better than going around into the Arenas Negras. However, especially after coming so close to the last pilgrimage a few days ago, nobody in their right mind would go near the damn place. And so you are stuck with the plateau surrounding the voiceless lake. The Comitatus attempts to cross over the other side, high chance of success. I can boost the success with resourcefulness, but I guess I don't have it. Test fail. 85 to 72. All of a sudden there is a crack. There is a nearly deafening and the otherwise complete silence. The last mount in the line howls once, then disappears in the newly opened fissure in a blink of an eye. Its rider has no time to utter a sound, but the slave the beast drags along with it, its fall, lets out a bone-chilling shriek before going silent forever. There is no telling if they deviated from the path pinpointed by your scouts, or if the path was poorly chosen to begin with. The rest of the Comitatus eventually makes it through, and you can turn away from the cursed lake and head southwards. Yet the loss of the beast is a disaster in its own right, and the crew is shaken enough to maintain the uncanny silence for days to come. 1 mount, 1 fighter, 1 slave, and 2 morale. Well, poopity-poopy-poop.
Just as we were about to leave that damnable lake behind, we heard it. An abominable shriek pierced the air and made us gasp. It came from behind some hills nearby, coupled with the ruckus of battle. The armed women and men, the Comitatus, looked at their Vagrus questioningly.
Scouts come running toward the cart line as you're about to enter the Badlands south of the lake, and hear what could only be described as a paralyzing howl accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of battle. There's a battle going on, Vagrus, just beyond the Otter Hills. The scout points southeast. Some armed folks are being attacked by the bloody undead. A murmur washes over the crew, and many of them ready their weapons. Not to give aid to fellow travelers in dire need is believed to attract dire peril onto yourself. Besides, it would be better to fight the undead together than alone if it comes to that. The tension is rising with each passing moment, with everyone watching you, waiting for you to give the order. Let's see if Javik can do anything. Javik frowns in concentration and massages his temples. Sweat beads appear on his brow almost instantly. Damn, these mines are difficult to reach, he says, panting. Them being in combat does not help either, but it's almost as if they were trained to keep out prying. These undead have no minds of their own, being animated by dark magic and all. Sorry, I know I'm not much help. What do we do? Rush in and attack. You clamber over the next few hills, look down upon the site of a brutal melee. Bodies are strewn across the field, most of them mutilated, undead, but some are mangled and burnt humans in dark clothes. Another such man, a robed priest with shaven head, falls to the ground after flying half a dozen yards, following a bone-crunching hit from a looming white giant. The creature looks like being made up of several bodies fused by some combination of natural disaster and twisted magic. The rest of the shamblers look like they are smoldering. The great white abomination engages the last 2 men standing. A white face, lightly armored enforcer with a shield, and a tall man with an elaborate black armor, wielding a greatsword. Both of them look the worse for wear. There is no time to lose. You and yours rush to the aid of the 2 men. Before the first round is started, you have to deploy your companions to the available positions on the friendly left side. You do not need to deploy all your companions. Sometimes it is best to avoid sending a wounded companion into battle, or simply leave the rest some space to maneuver. Let's go. Oh, don't crit him. Did you just kill him? That seemed really rude. Like, really, really rude. Hmm. Sedaris is a very tough companion due to his armor and good defenses. His skills also include a support skill that enhances his stats. You, the Vagrus, may not take part directly in the companion combat, but does not mean you'd have no means to influence it. Many of your leadership perks allow you to use resourcefulness in various ways in combat. Whichever you have unlocked can be found in the leader medallion in the form of buttons along the menu. Aid, which allows you to revive a downed companion. One of them died. Can I resurrect the one that died? No damage. Okay, that one's out of the way. Oh, he knocked me to the back. Lord. Sweet. It worked. Alright, 2 dead. We knocked me to the back. Stop being so rude. Oh shit. I blocked for him or something? I can't do any damage to him with my Mind Blast. It doesn't seem to work on him. This seems like it's a waste. Miss, 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 miss. Don't stop pushing me to the back. One more attack, basically. Oh, you didn't push me to the back that time. Nice. Miss. Block. Companion is downed after losing all their vitality in combat. They are not removed from combat, but cannot perform actions. They receive their downed vitality and accompany their previous position. Enemies can still target them, and if they lose all their downed vitality, they are out of action. This means they become severely wounded and can die following combat. Some rare healing skills can bring companions back from down state, but be sure to protect downed companions as much as you can. Well, this doesn't look good. I need more resourcefulness, and I've got none. That was worth a shot. Well, I'm doing awful. Is there any way I can load back to a previous save? Because I can't damage him with my mind powers. And both of my fighters are now out. I shouldn't have had them next to each other, basically, from what I can tell. And yeah, Javik is doing no damage to this guy. I have no idea what I can do here. Can we retry, please?
I was just jesting, good master. That is not what happened. Just
Or some have died. Of course, I don't really know what I'm doing, so that's not very helpful.
Just as we were about to leave, that damn...
Okay, let's try this again. There were 4 guys clad in dark hold and metal weapons, I swear, but they were losing. Half a dozen shamblers. Okay, let's try this again. I'll put you over here. You are coming right here. So first thing that happens is he dies, and there's absolutely no ability to stop that. So okay, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna give him premonition. Apparently, it lasts for 3 turns. Second thing we're gonna do is we're gonna see if we can take out this guy first. And then you were gonna... You're gonna buff him. Why can he not do anything? It's so confusing sometimes. Alright, Alright. Again. He knocked me over. Good, 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 good. That was actually excellent. Alright. I want you to move into the center. I can't seem to do any mind blast to this guy. I tried before and it was absolutely useless, so... It begins her turn. Alright, she needs to move up. Now he can attack both with us at the same time. Alright, we've got to, we gotta hit him hard. And of course, 0. This guy, he literally can't do anything. I don't even know what. Every time I try and do the mind attack, it does nothing. Alright, let's try and use the downed ability on her. That used up pretty much all of my power, but sweet. Okay, he's down to 1 pip. Hopefully he won't. And he knocked her down. Great. And of course, nothing. Okay. That was a rough fight. That was a little rough. Not gonna lie. It's over. The undead finally stopped moving, their bodies lying mutilated all around the hills. The large abomination was hacked to pieces and is now a jumbled pile of ash and petrified bones. Some of your crew also got torn up. There are several wounded and one dead. The man in black armor is the only one of his company who survived the battle. He is sitting on a rock nearby, covered in ash from hacking the abomination, drinking ponderously from a water skin while he is observing the battlefield. His grim gaze wanders from one slain companion to the other, as if wanting to make sure all of them are dead. At length, his piercing gaze finds you, and a chill runs down your spine. There is no doubt in your mind that the man... And you need to talk. The man and you need to talk. You walk over to the black-armored man and address him. -1 fighter. You walk up to the man and offer him your hand. He looks you up and down in a fashion that suggests mild contempt. His great sword forged of steel lies across his lap. He does not take your hand. You seem to be the leader of this... The man was looking for a word as he eyes the Comitatus company of travelers. What is your business here? The bluntness of the question, coupled with the man's evident hostility and ungratefulness, leaves you speechless. Perhaps it is for the best. You notice that the man is bearing the symbol of Surgarod. Surgarod is the god of vengeance, anger, malevolence, and curses. A member of the Triumvirate, he is one of the 3 gods of the Empire's official religion. He is regarded as the war god and the new pantheon. But in truth, he is much more than that. His church, in the task with upholding the laws in cities, hunting down criminals, and delivering justice. This gives the Surgarodites unprecedented power that is often abused. People who serve in wars or who come into contact with justice call upon the god of vengeance, and of course everyone who has a grudge too. According to the legend, Surgarod found the 12 just after the calamity and offered them his help in taking revenge on whoever caused the downfall of imperial society. They accepted, even though the elder gods who caused the cataclysm had disappeared from this reality. It is the Raging One whose church fuels the war effort against the Green Continent in the north and the constant investigations into potential internal threats, also called the Master of Curses. Surgarod provides magical abilities to his most devoted followers who can afflict others with debilitating curses and draw might from their own wrath. It is also known that the priests of the Surgarod can detect lies, which is one of the chief reasons his inquisitors are dreaded so much. Surgarod is often depicted as a huge, bald, raging man with colossal muscles, carrying a brutal mace or sometimes a 2-headed axe. He almost always wears armor, often cast in real iron upon the statues, riddled with barbs, blades, and spikes, which are also carried over onto the decorations of his temple buildings. His priests shave their heads and paint it white, with a black line running vertically across each eye, representing the all-seeing eye of the Raging One. Surgarod is closely tied to the 2 of the Fulcimus Imperium, the Knights of the Black Sun, and the Atermanus. His influence on the Knightly Order is especially strong. Some say that it has become his own elite military instead of the original shared religious order between him and Ashkul. Perhaps it is for the best. You notice the man bearing the symbol of Surgarod, which should make you cautious. Tell him that you are a trading Comitatus traveling south. I see. So you turn up here as a matter of utter coincidence, I take. When you assure him it is, he narrows his eyes and pierces you with his gaze. There is a tense moment that seems to take forever. You are truthful, Vagrus. Commendable. The man rises from the rock. He towers over you now, and it dawns on you that the war gear he carries makes him either a very rich or a very powerful person in the metal-starved world, or both. I am grateful for your assistance in that skirmish. Late as it was, he says, turning to look at Javik, who appears at your side and bows his head to the man. Without acknowledging you, your friend, or his greeting, the armored fellow turns to you again. My name is Sidarius. I am a knight of Ortus Negris Solus. By aiding me, Vagrus, you have aided Imperial law. You must have some questions of your own. Now is your chance to ask them. Ortus Negris Solus? Ortus Negris Solus, the Order of the Black Sun, is the first and foremost knightly order of the Empire and one of the religious orders called the Pillars of the Empire, Fulcimus Imperium. They worship Sigurd, or Ashkul, being proficient in both of the god of vengeance military prowess and the king of death's necromancy. The knights are picked from the best soldiers, nobles, and warriors of the realm to serve without question. After they undergo rigorous training and mythical incantations, these deadly dark knights serve by guarding aristocrats, aiding military exploits, and hunting down the enemies of the Empire, foreign and or domestic. Due to the Order's official status as inquisitors, investigators, and executioners, they can go as they please and interrogate who they wish, a power that most of them gladly abuse for the good of the Empire. The knights are also very rich, which is mirrored in their gear forged from black metal. Sedaris stands before you, head cocked to the side, his blade resting on his shoulder, awaiting your questions. Ask him what he's doing here. I and my companions came here in search of enemies of the Empire to smoke them out of their hideout here in the wilds. It was supposed to be the last glorious battle, concluding a long investigation that took months. As you can see, it went down quite differently. It is now my assumption that we've been betrayed and a trap was set for us. The traitors we were supposed to apprehend lured us here along with these undead and hoped to see us all slaughtered. Sigurd, however, in his endless salience, saw fit to grant me, an opportunity for retribution. Rejoice, Vagrus. You have been an instrument of the divine, sent here by Sigurd himself to aid me in my quest for vengeance. Was there anything else you wanted? Sedaris stands before you. Let's see. Ask him about the fight. My company was drawn here with false promise of finding the hideout of enemies of the Empire. Instead, a large group of undead surrounded us, most likely drawn here by some vile trickery, and we had to fight for our lives. You arrived toward the end of a drawn-out battle and saw my last companions fall. We fought with Sigurd's rage and with the Emperor in our hearts, but there were just too many of the shamblers. Looking around you now realize how savage the confrontation must have been. Dozens and dozens of undead lie all around the field, and only half a dozen Sedaris dead companions. Was there anything else you wanted? Ask him about his companions. My companions lie dead. There is nothing else you need to know, save only that they were all dedicated servants of the Empire who did not flinch in the face of ultimate adversity. They were all either members of the Church of Sigurd or my order. I led them here in hopes of hunting down traitors, but they were betrayed in turn. I will not rest until I avenge such treachery. He grits his teeth so hard you are afraid they would crack. There is an unholy light in his eyes for a few brief moments. By the grace of the Triumvirate, I now have the opportunity to do so. The Triumvirate is the name of the pantheon of gods that serves the official legion of the Empire since the beginning of the Fourth Age. The trio of gods came into contact with the 12, the Lich Lords of the new Empire, just after the Calamity, and offered to aid them in the resurrection of the Riven Realms. Some say some say they even had a hand in preserving the apostles during turning them into liches, even though that divine act is attributed to the Empire in dogma. The three gods soon form their own religion apparatuses under the watchful eye of the 12, who are not only the true heads of the state, but of church as well, and who in turn worship the Triumvirate. The three gods of the Triumvirate are Sigurd, the god of vengeance, anger, malevolence, and curses, Baal-Urkal, the demon god of charm, intrigue, and deception, and Ashkul is king of the underworld and god of death. Of the three, Ashkul's following is by far the largest, and Baal-Urkal's the most obscure. Each god's church is responsible for some part of the imperial society. 2nd century after the Calamity brought unprecedented strife between the churches. However, the Triumvirate War that these spawned almost destroyed the budding new empire before the 12 stepped in and finally stopped the conflict. They established the pillars of the empire, the three religions, orders, each shared by two deities of the Triumvirate that helped knit close ties between the churches. The religious practices of the Triumvirate followers typically involve prayer, masses, and great temples. They differ greatly for each member of the Triumvirate, and sacrifices. Every time Imperial wants wants the help of a god or divine figure, a sacrifice, or at least the promise of one, is required. Most often people sacrifice food and drink, the more expensive the better, but the wealthy sometimes sacrifice animals in ritual. This is done exclusively by priests who serve as conduits between the divine and the mundane. Sacrificing human or members of other decent races is forbidden by Ashkul. What makes a race decent is anyone's guess, of course. The Order of the Black Sun is one of the Fulcrus Imperium. As you know, we are the adherents to Segharad and Ashkul. We are the best of the best and forces of the Empire, hunting down criminals and traitors, guarding our great leaders, leading military operations. This hunt was also one such task we typically undertake. From the way he speaks of the Knightly Order, it is clear that to you that Sedaris is utterly dedicated to it. What do you plan to do now? I intend to return to Avernum. I have to debrief my superiors there of what happened today, and I also want to look more into the lead that ultimately brought me here. Sedaris fixes you with his gaze. Your destination does not happen to be Avernum, does it? You can't help but tell him the truth. You are too well aware that lying to one of the Knights of the Black Sun is high treason. It is the first time you see Sedaris' malevolent smile. Good, I shall join you for the journey. Irafons teaches us to share the burdens of the road. Now tell your men to pile up the bodies of my companions. Burning them without the proper rituals is not becoming such heroes of the Empire. But we have no time for much else. Also, gather all their belongings while you're at it. Make it happen, Vagrus. In the meantime, someone skillful enough should take a look at my wounds. You are about to leave to give orders when Sedaris calls after you. And just so everyone knows, the danger might still be looming over us. The traitors who I was supposed to find might be around here, keeping a distance. They surely would have finished me off had I managed to conquer all the undead by myself. I doubt they are going to make a move now that you are here, but who knows what their desperation will drive them to. Though your crew does not like to be ordered around by a stranger, they too agree that the slain should be tended to. The pile is burning, and the cart line is ready to leave in an hour. As the Comitatus is crossing the Badlands, you climb the cart where the resting Sedaris is sitting in the back. You see that he is holding on to something small in his hands and is observing it intently. This is a fetish charm one of the kindly sisters in the Temple of Ashkul used to attract the reanimated dead. The knight tosses you a small bone charm complete with the arcane writing in black ink and some teeth they attach to the centerpiece. I disabled it. Do not worry. These filthy traitors have used a stolen charm to ensnare my contingent, but I still am anointed in the faith of Ashkul. I swear they will suffer for this atrocity. You give the charm back to the knight. There is also the matter of the belongings of my fallen comrades. I expect you to hold on to them until we reach Avernum. We'll discuss them there. You nod and turn toward the horizon. Whether you like it or not, you are bound to the knight for the next few days to come. Interesting.
The Dark Knight joined us after we rescued him from the clutches of the mindless undead horrors that slaughtered his companions. He was a grim sort, displaying no gratitude or companionship. Yet, we were stuck with him, for a lawman such as the Knight could make his dreadful will ours by command. So we set out, bound for Avernum, the greatest city in the vicinity.
What is going on? I can't do anything. It's not letting me click on any of the checkpoints. Click on the medallion bottom left corner to open the leader window. Okay. I guess I leveled up and it's not letting me move. The leader window allows you to observe and interact with your character, the Vagrus. Your current insight is displayed at the top right. Insight is gained mainly through the events that can be used to purchase perks and other improvements for the Vagrus. with your companions. Perks are abilities that have levels and are used in various situations. Initial and maximum perk levels. It's interesting. You can purchase any number of perks. Your insight allows you by clicking the empty nodes. Okay. You use your resourcefulness to bring back companions. Alchemy. Arcane lore. Beast lore. You apply theoretical knowledge in practice as well as design and operate structures and machines. That sounds really good. Can I get that? Human Imperial. I can only choose one thing. Okay. I can only choose one thing. Alright, whatever. Companion panes allow you to view and manage your companion characters. Interesting. Javik, Morwin. Or she's wounded because I should take this off of her then. God, this is so annoying. It's a guided tutorial. I always hate the guided tutorials. I really, really do. Because they want you to do something very specific, and if you don't do the thing that they want you to do, there's literally nothing else that you can do. I just want to exit these windows, please. All of them. And it's not going to let me. Equip with her with the talisman, even though I don't want to. Okay. Prowess window, where I can upgrade her prowess. Hunting sounds good to me. Requires 2 for that. I have no idea what I'm doing. He is not leveled up. Alright, we're camping. Hey now. Running out of money. Everybody's gonna get some extra food today. Avernum is an imperial city with dubious reputation. Of course, enemies of the Empire would always reach for an opportunity to slander its greatness, yet I must confess that after the ensnarement and slaughter of my contingent, thanks to the leads gleaned from supposedly trustworthy sources in Avernum, I shall give more credit to the rumors of corruption and treason in the city. Other than that, it's a busy place, with as many honest folk as there are vagabonds of miscreants. You'd like it. The whole comitatus becomes agitated as a dust cloud appears in the east and starts to move towards you. You give orders to your crew to prepare for a dust storm. Such a thing is fairly common out here on the border of the Searing Plains, and you should have little trouble traversing it. Make necessary arrangements and head on south. After a half an hour of the cloud is much closer and is now certain that it will cross your path. By then everyone is wearing protective masks or bandanas, and all the cargo and equipment is secured. Javik is running a large beast of burden, having fastened himself to its back, deep in concentration to maintain the calmness of all your animals with his telepathic skills. But something is off. An uncanny twilight is settling on the broken plains around you. It is much too early for sunset, and the storm itself should not blot out light in such a manner. And then you hear it, chanting on the wind, a pale light at the heart of the storm headed your way. You can see the faces of the crew slowly becoming distorted in panic. Order everyone to draw their weapons. You tell him quickly about your previous encounter with the last pilgrimage. Nonsense. The chances that the pilgrims would show up again are, Cetus trails off as the eerie twilight falls upon the comitatus, and the dust cloud envelops you all. There is no time to flee or hide, so you signal everyone to draw weapons and stand at the ready. Some of your crew tremble, some are praying, and some are about to break, but not Sedaris. The knight walks toward the approaching apparition as if being possessed by a death wish. You can see Javik frowning and sweating in concentration, no doubt trying to combat your beast's instincts to flee in utter terror. In a few moments you can hear the chanting and see the ghastly pilgrims clearing through the dust curtain. Desiccated forms in faded robes shuffling along the broken terrain, or rather over the terrain somehow, as if floating at a rapid pace. Their vacant faces are illuminated by a dreadful pale light that emanates from their hollow insides. You are paralyzed by terror. Blurred images enter your mind. Visions of horrid processions of living dead, wearing faded robes. You walk among them. You are one of them. Is this the end? Before they could reach you, the spectral pilgrims turn left and head south along a dried-out riverbed without any apparent reason. It takes your mind a few minutes to comprehend that unusual mercy has been granted to you and your crew. The last pilgrimage marches on, slowly disappearing into the cracked badlands beyond, taking the ghoulish twilight and the dust storm with them. It takes a good few moments for the crew and yourself to come to your senses. Did this truly happen? What was the reason, if any, for the spectral troop to change direction at the last second? How can it be explained that they appeared again after such a short time? Sedaris walks over to you looking confident, though you can see he is a bit shaken too. Zeragrad is with us. This is an omen, if I have ever seen one. My destiny for retribution against the enemies of the Empire must be the reason why these horrors let us be. You swallow and nod, yet you are not so certain why it happened the way it did. Rest assured, Vagrus, as long as you have me by your side, no harm will come to you, to your comitatus. Remember that. +5 insight. Still rattled, you move along the line, assuring everyone that the danger has passed. With the comitatus moving, you join Javik on the top of the largest beast of burden, but you barely talk. You have never heard of anyone encountering the last pilgrimage twice. Somehow, you do not feel blessed. Haunted, more like. After an hour or two, you and your crew fall back into your travel routine. Tonight, all this will seem much less terrifying. In fact, you should be grateful for avoiding certain death at the hands of these accursed things twice in a row. Hopefully, there won't be a third time. You move towards Avernum. Okay, we're running out of money. So there's that. We're going to go ahead and pay them again, though. There's absolutely no choice. We're going to go ahead and give them extra rations. Actually, I don't have extra rations to give, do I? So we currently have 152 supplies, which we can make it like 2 days. So we're going to have to go half rations for a little bit. They're going to get paid. I'm going to go ahead and free another slave. And that should do it. I still don't know how I'm supposed to send them out and hunt. Forced to march. The Comitatus climbs a broken ridge, and everyone stops for a moment to take in the visage of Avernum. Nestled atop and around a range of large hills on the horizon to the southwest, chimneys of the city's many forges and smelters cast a dark shadow over it, while the lava fields beyond the settlement provide an intense reddish glow as a backdrop. Several crude roads meander among the hills here, probably leading to the mines and quarries you had passed during the last day or so. Time for us to part ways, while Vagrus, the voice of Sidaris, makes you jump a little. For a large fellow wearing heavy armor, he managed to creep up on you without a sound. He is standing beside you, gazing at the horizon. I have to make my way to the city alone. My reasons are my own, but before I go, I have a proposition for you. His voice and stature tell you there is not much point in arguing. You are well aware, of course, that my contingent was betrayed and ambushed out in the wasteland where we met. During our trek back here, I have come to the conclusion that whoever betrayed us had to be someone involved in the investigation I led in Avernum before setting out from the city. Even though I have some ideas where to start looking for traitors, the implication of this despicable betrayal are too severe to attempt to meet it head on. I require secrecy and guile. Most of my remaining allies in the city and I are too easy to track or recognize. Those responsible could easily make evidence disappear if I am revealed to be alive. Someone else has to provide that guile for us. After a short pause, he looks you in the eye. What I mean is that you, your friend, the mage, and the rest of your crew could be vital in finding the culprits and bringing them to justice. The Empire needs your help, Vagrus. What is an almoner? I swear I want to look up that word, almoner. What is an almoner? Almoner. Definition. An official distributor of alms. Alms for the poor. Alms for the poor. Okay, an almoner. Well, let's see. Ask him what exactly the betrayal implies. It implies people in high places, Vagrus, possibly the highest in Avernum. It may be that offices of no small importance in the city were corrupted, but not disheartened. Sergrad teaches us that vile sin must be rooted out no matter how high it reaches, and no matter the cost. Nevertheless, this must be approached with caution and certain kind of secrecy that I and my allies do not possess due to our station. I need someone who is not known to have cooperated with the previous investigation and is not associated with me publicly. I need someone to spy on suspected officials and criminals while I coordinate the investigation from a hidden base of operations. You, Vagrus, and your crew fit the requirements perfectly. Additionally, you've proven yourself resourceful and tough since we met. Ask him about the investigation. I do not want to say much here. Suffice to say that I was summoned to the city by elements of authorities there. I was to take a leading part in a series of investigations into abolitionist activity. No. Yes, Vagrus, do not look so surprised. Slave lovers, their despicable activities resulted in a whole group of these ingrates escaping their bonds and devolving into banditry, preying on good citizens of the Empire, on Kamatate. On people like you and your crew, I and the Sigurdite contingent managed to catch quite a few of them with the aid of local authorities, but the liberated tribe itself was out of our reach until we found a lead that we followed north to the area where we met. We were supposed to locate their hideout and deal with them in a permanent fashion. The rest is history. The liberated tribes are essentially outlaw groups that are made up exclusively or mostly of escaped slaves. These are not tribes in the cultural sense, but rather because they often devolve into isolated micro-societies governed by tribalism and primitive violence, yet they are generally the only option for escaped slaves who cannot return to whence they came. These individuals soon learn that their fate is not much better than these glorified wasteland bandit gangs, despite the elevated rhetoric. Many who join these tribes have to go without the simple yet staple food and end up doing things they detest their former owners for. Most would never go back, as they value their hard-earned freedom more. The Empire's authorities say that they do everything in their power to eliminate liberated tribes, but the reality is most such gangs are either too well hidden, too mobile, or too distant to be worth sending troops to hunt them down. Okay. Sadara seems somewhat surprised, perhaps disappointed even for a brief moment. Then he flashes what passes for a smile at him. Very well, I was indeed nurturing the hope that you'd be willing to aid in the Empire in perilous predicament. We will struggle side by side, just like we did near the Voiceless Lake, Vagrus. And I can assure you the Order of the Black Sun does not forget loyalty and dedication to the Empire. He slaps you on the shoulder. Now let us part ways and follow my plan. The plan for now is to make our ways into Avernum separately, so that you won't be associated with me at all. Rest assured that although they do not expect my return, the traitors would be informed at once had I turned up in the city gates. So I have to find an alternate way in. I will send for you once I'm settled. Someone trustworthy shall appear and guide you to my next word makes him wince hideout. We'll talk about your tasks there. You ask him about the belongings of his former comrades. The knight frowns. That might complicate matters somewhat. He looks thoughtful. Take their holy symbols to the Temple of Sargod quietly. You can get rid of the weapons as you see fit, but I forbid selling them at the market. It would draw too much attention to you, and we do not want that for now. Sedaris pierces you with his gaze. I sincerely hope I can trust you with this, Vagrus. Woe betide you if you do not comply. With that, he takes his leave of you and waits as you signal the Comitatus to move forward. A quarter of an hour later, Sedaris is only a speck on the horizon, and you are rapidly approaching Avernum.
Dark omens, ominous apparitions, otherworldly covenant of spectres, a grim night out for vengeance, time and coin running out slowly. Yet against all odds, we journeyed to the city of Avernum on the Smoulderbone Flats, a place bustling with travellers, merchants, and lowlifes. It was supposed to be a short stop on our way east, but we got more than we bargained for.
When occupying a settlement node, you can enter the settlement using the Enter button on the radial menu. You can always choose not to enter or even camp outside. The city of Avernum, you can smell its foul stench even as you approach its mighty gates. Set in the dark walls decorated with the bones of gigantic creatures, the dry, sulphurous reek of the regions so close to the Molten Tongue mixes with the bitter ashen stink of many foundries and forges in the city. There's some big crocodile creature there. Over the walls, the rooftops and chimneys of the city lean together in a jumble. Buildings on the lower part of the hill are more dilapidated, while the ones near the top are in better condition in general, with a walled-off villa appearing here and there. A group of guards stops you as the Comitatus moves ponderously under the gate arch. While your cargo and men are being checked, you can see several of the grim, black-clad legionnaires of the Avernus Legion standing guard beneath the gate towers, staring at you. Gate tax is 2 changers, the head guardsman says after getting the confirmation from his men that everything is in order. A slave next to him bows to you and holds up the open money box he carries chained to him. Pay the gate tax. Having passed through the city gate, you arrive at the cobbled plaza on the other side. You head towards the Manasio, the large inn for comitati. Without delay, you set yourself up there and have some rest after your arduous journey. In an hour, everything is settled, your beasts are stabled, your cargo is unloaded into the warehouse, and most of your crew is resting already. Just as you are about to head into the common room and order a drink for yourself, Javik approaches you and draws you aside. There is someone here to see you, boss. Someone sent by our nightly friend. Says she wants to talk to you discreetly. She's waiting behind the stables. Javik says in hushed tones, "It was foolish to think you have rid yourself of Sedaris and his agenda, even if for a few hours, but you have little choice." The woman waiting for you in the shadows behind the stables of the Mancio is wearing a large hood and a long cape over a dark gray featureless tunic. As you approach, she throws the hood back, revealing the markings of someone in the service of Ashkul, god of the underworld, a face painted pale with dark eyeshadow to give the impression of a skull. You suspect that she is a novice attached to the Order of the Black Sun or an acolyte of the Church of Ashkul. The woman looks around furtively. There is nobody nearby, just you and Javik. "Greetings from our mutual friend, the Knight Dominus," the young woman says quietly after looking you in the eye. "I was sent here to take you to him when you're ready. I'll wait here, just don't take too long. He's very eager to see you. From now on, you can visit Steris in Avernum." Before you set out, Javik draws you aside. "So it would seem that we'll stay here longer than we had expected. It occurs to me that such a delay would be a strain on our resources, and I'd rather doubt the nightly friend cares about that. You have considered this also." Javik goes on as you rub your chin thoughtfully. "I was thinking we could smelt the scrap metal we bought. I know it would cost us, but hear me out. Not only does the smelted metal take up less space in the cargo hold, but it could allow us to sell a fraction of it for greater profit here. It's a loss in the long run, but we have to pay the crew if we are to tarry here, don't we? You have to admit he is making a lot of sense. You could smelt down the metal and sell some of the bars for an injection of coins if need be. The two of you make ready to set out." Alright, so first... let's go to the Temple of Segharad. I can't go to the Temple of... oh, hold on. The Manasio pane is now active. Okay. And of course it's not going to let me do anything until I click on it because this is a tutorial and it's really annoying. Okay, I'm clicking on the Manasio. This Manasio pane, Manasios are inns specialized for comitati. When you rest in the Manasio, the day ends and you'll get an end day scene similar to when you camp in the wilderness. You can see your own comitatus crew pane on the left and the Manasio's stock on the right. You can hire or dismiss crew as well, or buy and sell beasts. Switch between crew and beasts with the buttons at the top. The type of beast you can also be changed here at great cost, but this is locked in the Pilgrims of the Wasteland. Rumors can also be purchased here. These bits of information can unlock points of interest on your chart, tip you off to business opportunities, or give you hints on storylines. Purchased rumors can be found in your journal under the Rumors tab. Passengers can sometimes also be found in mansions. When taken to their destinations, they reward you for your efforts, but often you have to reach the place within a time limit. The passenger's consumption and potential crew combat strength is also shown here. Exchange news allows you to tap into local sources about the settlement you are in, which could be information people might pay for in other places. At the same time, you also pass on news you've gathered from elsewhere, providing a few coins. This list of settlements you carry news from can be found in your journal. Okay. Okay, we exchanged news. Rumors. Cost coins. We currently have a passenger, right? He wants to go to Vitrar. I guess we could take him on. One of our beasts of burden died, right? We don't have the money for anything right now, really. Taking a look at these opportunities, I guess. We've got some ivory. Dear Lord Jesus, it always wants me to do something, and I never know exactly what it is it wants me to do. And I literally cannot leave the window until I figure it out. It literally just won't let me close the window. Alright, we need to sell hides. So we have 5 hides we can sell. We need to sell this ivory. That'll get us some money. The scrap metal we don't want to sell, but we need some more supplies. Blinders and combat saddles. Extra storage. Good quality tools. Guard animals. They're not even that expensive. Some of the stuff is very expensive. I feel like we need all this. I have to remind myself this is the tutorial of the game, not the, the base game. So, all right. So we need supplies, like lots of supplies. We're deathly short on supplies. So. And I can't afford but 76 supplies. That's all the money I've got. That's great. Alright, so that leaves us with 186 supplies for the day. We still have our 24 metal. Alright, we're going to go to the Temple of Sagarad, and we're going to deliver the... Alright, so the Temple of Sagarad in Avernum is quite small compared to most imperial cities, but it is still a menacing sight to behold, built of dark stone, clearly not found from around this place. The buildings are covered with spikes and blades that reach towards the ashen skies. Furious-looking gargoyles, as well as sculptures of Sagarad in the form of a powerful warrior in spiked armor, riddle the front piece. Inside, darkness covers all, and only red candles provide some meager light. Novices chant in shadowed alcoves, their grumbling voices adding up to a constant angry prayer. A priest steps out of the pitch dark and stops you. His painted face, black attire give you the shivers. What is it that you ask of Sergorod, the Raging One, Lord of Vengeance and the Master of Curses? A modest contribution of the church to the church, and you shall receive the power of retribution. Deliver the belongings of Cedrus's dead companions. Would you give all the looted weapons and armor, or only the holy symbols and the personal belongings? Only the holy symbols. The priest growl a short blessing and assure you that Sagarad will not forget you returning the belongings of his lost servants. Alright. Okay, what is the fighting pit? There isn't a real arena in Avernum, but no imperial city could be imagined without at least a fighting pit. The one in this city is fairly large, however, recently it has not seen a lot of fights in spite of public demand. You learn that no Lanista favors the place since the gladiator revolt a few months back, which left dozens dead and most pit fighters gone. Since then, the pit has been used for public executions only. This is about to change, however, as the new man in charge wants to see the place rise again. This might even give you an opportunity to have your companions fight in the pit, as they are giving the chance to anyone right now. Lanistas are owners and trainers of gladiators, but in the Fourth Age, the term is specifically used for people who become professional gladiator managers. Most of them are not noble birth, as aristocrats rarely need to engage in the career of a Lanista, in spite of their often owning gladiators. Instead, they hire Lanistas to handle their stock. However, most gladiator managers strive to remain independent. They typically own anywhere between 1 or a dozen of gladiators. Successful Lanistas are famous people who travel around at least a province and participate in seasonal and ad hoc arena games, which are considered one of the most popular form of entertainment in urban areas. With this wealth and fame came great risks, however, as Lanistas can lose almost everything in one match, even. The fat Medicos greets you with a smile. She is quite a disgusting character, but they say she's really good at what she does, patching up pit fighters from wounds that by all rights should kill them. The Medicos has a lot of spare medical supplies, since there's been only a few fights, and she's willing to part with them. I don't have any money at all. The Falco man in charge tells you that fights are arranged each day. Because of the lack of pit fighters and gladiators, all kinds of people have joined the roster: local thugs, orc mercenaries, and poachers. There's even a fellow who sends his trained Yakra into the arena. You can join the next fight here, but be mindful that if we'll progress the day afterwards. Fights can be attempted once, and if you lose, you cannot enter the pit fights again. The consecutive fights are progressively more difficult. Your first opponent will be a pair of local thugs who like violence a lot and decided that they being paid for it in the pits is really the best thing that ever happened to them. They are called the Turgok Brothers, even though they are not related. Waving their cheap weapons around, they manage to get a meager applause from the crowd. They follow that up with swearing, which earns them a bunch of angry shouts and booing. Ha! Well, I'm screwed. I forgot she's, it says unavailable for... Oh. She's wounded but available. Okay. And down she goes. No? Alright, let's start off with a premonition on her. Beef her up a little bit. And then, let's do a strafe. Hit both of them at the same time. Let's see if we can control one of these. Make him move backwards. There we go. And then he wastes his turn to move back forward. Which I also have to do because they knocked me backwards. Let's try a Mind Blast on this guy. Ooh, stabbed me in the face. Okay. Seems a little rude, but... Alright, one down. You know what? Let's cause him to move backwards. That way, give her a chance to move up. Let's hit him with a Mind Blast. And she's down. Alright, we're going to bring her back up with aid. Sweet, okay. Of course, now she's in the wrong spot to actually dish any damage out. He's like so low on health, I gotta move him away. I'm just gonna skip his turn. He's just too low on health. Slaves of Mitigos drag the limp bodies of the brothers out of the pit while your crew is cheered on by the crowd. Falco congratulates you and hands you a couple of copper coins. You're welcome to come back for more. The crowd seems to like your fighters. That didn't seem worth it. I don't even have enough to pay them. Let's use medical supplies if we've got it. Alright, let's go talk to Sadaros. Let's see if it'll make us. Let's see if it works. Success. The Black Knight looks at you in a way that makes you think he'll strike you, but then he frowns. That would be an honorable thing indeed, he mutters to himself and reaches into the drawer. He produces a leather pouch and tosses it to you. It's more than enough, I suppose. Consider us even. Sweet. Sadaris' hideout is tumbled down a set of buildings about a block away from the Temple of Segrod. Report. Let us begin, Vagrus. There is no time to waste. You can almost hear Sedaris' teeth grinding as the two of you talk about the investigation. He's clearly on edge for being powerless while confined to this hideout of his. He begins explaining the situation after you sit down. When I arrived here on request of the Order to root out the abolitionists plaguing the region, we assumed that they are no more than well-organized gangs laying ambushes on travelers out in the wasteland. Perhaps some idealists aboard aristocrats in the city aid escaped slaves that join their ranks, but nothing more. A nuisance. Now I am absolutely sure that quite a lot of powerful people are involved in this whole mess, since they had the audacity and resourcefulness to set a trap for my contingent that required coordination between slaves and the slave lovers. Therefore, I conclude that the people in my initial investigation involved had to be in cahoots with the abolitionists. You need to find them and learn all you can about what they are hiding. Because we are dealing with powerful people, you need to apply subterfuge. There are 3 sources you have of investigation. These 3 targets were all close to the lead that guided us into the ambush up north. Our first suspect is Assistant Magistrate Geludius Darrow. He was the one assigned to my cohort when we took up the investigation in Avernum. He coordinated with local law enforcement and served in the mouthpiece for the prefective assistant magistrates. I have no doubt that he is to be involved in some way. Getting him would not be easy, but I figured something related to me and my contingent's fate would pique his interest. Therefore, go to the Slag Fort and report to the officials that you have information about my fate. That will also most certainly get you an audience with Darrow. Tell him that you've come across signs of battle and the remains of Sergadites up north. When he asks if there was a knight of the Order among them, tell him no. You ask him what purpose this would serve other than alerting him and his fellow conspirators. Well, you do not have the powers of a priest to Sergad at your disposal, but you have the next best thing, he says with a predatory smile and looks at Javik. Your friend stirs and seems uncomfortable, but nods. I can read his mind. The topic will surely divert his thoughts on the matter, making the scan much easier. Second target. Next we have the Centurion Vardus Pendius, a drunken fallen from grace. The old soldier was a key to the lead we got in our initial investigation. He had been tasked with leading a patrol of the northward reaches between Arenas Negris and the Molten Tongue. According to his report, they found tracks out in the rough terrain, followed them almost to the Voiceless Lake. There they stumbled upon a sizable camp, hidden in some ravines. They turned back because they were severely outnumbered, and Pendius knew that the camp was either outlaws or a liberated tribe. But when they were leaving, they got ambushed by these hostiles. Only 3 soldiers survived, but only Pendius made it back to Avernum conveniently. Sedaris frowns. Pendius is now enjoying his leave of duty. I need you to get him stinking drunk and definitely ask questions about these matters. I'm sure that his report is completely fake, but he may let slip who made him lie in the courts. He is a regular at the Rusty Pugio. Finally, there is the Smelters Collegium. Word is they run half the city, especially its criminals. They were not directly involved in the plot, but whoever armed the abolitionists must have done it through them. Also, whatever the damned slave lovers take from the comitati that fall victim to them has to go through the city's black market and also run by the Collegium. They never talk to the Sergadite, but they would talk to you. See what you can learn from them, but be prepared to be clever or they'll get suspicious. Sedaris puts a copper coin on the table. This should be more than enough for bribes. Use your guile, or your sorceress's telepathy, or whatever. I don't care. Just glean from them as much as you can from the abolitionist context in the city. One of their headquarters is the tavern called Gallows Anvil. Sedaris' hideout is a tumbled-down set of stone buildings about a block away from the Temple of Sergarod. You can reach it by going into the enclosed courtyard of several houses, entering the cellars, and ascending a well-hidden set of stairs. There's always a novice or 2 down in the cellar on guard duty. The apartment Sedaris occupies is owned by the church. You even know of it even among the anointed. Okay, let's see here. Avernum is a city of foundries and smelters due to its proximity to areas where ore can still be prospected or scavenged on the continent. Below the villa district, the streets between the walls and the central hill are stacked with metallurgist workshops and smithies. More than anywhere else in the city, the air is almost black with smoke that belches forth from the many chimneys and furnaces. It is unbearably hot here, yet many people flock here to do business with the smelters and smiths. What is your business here? Let's talk to the smiths. You talk to several smiths about how to make your carts more resilient by reinforcing them with metal. Eventually you come to an accord. You'll provide the metal and a fee, and it will take a few days to complete the task. 3 days. How much money? It doesn't say. Alright, so we're going to smelt down the arms and armor of the dead Segrodites. Because he said not to sell them. Alright, so we got 1 iron and 1 bronze. We're also going to smelt the metal scraps into ingots. My girlfriend's crazy. Smelting yields iron, bronze, and copper from the scrap pile. Smelting free up precious cargo space, as it's much easier to pack and store ingots, and you can sell those just as well as when you get to Devin. You'll only need to pay a small fee to the metallurgist each time they smelt your scraps. Okay, so we're done with that. Oh, there's so much to do here. There's so much to do here. Enter the Temple of Ash School. No. Visit the Slag Fort for official business with authorities. Explore the city. You walk the streets of the city under the ashen skies, taking view of your best with you. Avernum is large, and the city opportunities unfold dangers. One can find all sorts of interesting things if one looks. You climb the stairs and terraces that lead up to the higher tier of the city. It's quite tough in the choking smog. It pays off with a musky scent of mushrooms hit your nose. Opening from the side street is one of the entrances of the public gardens of Avernum. You decide to take a walk and clear your head. Winding pathways create a veritable maze among the trunks of great mushrooms that stand thick as trees of forest. Under the canopy of caps, the soothing darkness is only broken by well-placed crystal lamps along the cobbled paths. It is like stepping into another world. There is no drifting ash, nor the clamor of the city. The air is cool and not as dry as out in the streets. You sit down in one of the gazebos and ruminate for hours. It's most tranquil here. You're in a good mood after your rest in the gardens, and it radiates to the others. +1 morale. Sweet. You walk the streets of the city under the ashen skies. Okay, not today. A sorcerer. Meet Scornar. He can be found at the Lavinus watering hole. On the rumors pane, you can find all the rumors you have found or bought in settlements. Rumors are bits of information that can unlock points of interest on your chart to tip you off to business opportunities or give you hints on storylines. Essentially, they are guides you can follow to find interesting things. Entries on the left by clicking. Okay. According to the locals, there's a fairly hidden trading post out in the flats about 2 days almost due southeast of Avernum, run by the trading house. There might be business opportunity there. Okay, so that's not in the city. There's a talk of a bunch of bounties put out by Avernum's administrators on targets ranging from wild beasts to runaway gladiators. You should visit the Slag Fort if you want to earn some coin working as a bounty hunter. The bounty office, there will be information. Okay. Savages. People talk about savages living in 2 tribal settlements, one of the south, another one further southwest. People worship elements of the shamans, heal almost terrible wounds. They're called the Sadriar. I didn't mean to archive that. Okay, the package. We need to talk to Scornar, that's right. Okay. Lavinus Watering Hole is one of the most notorious establishments of the disreputable district called Scoria. There's no signs or inscriptions to let you know that the decrepit building at the back of the alley is a tavern, but the putrid smell of cheap booze make it clear nonetheless. You nod to the orc bouncer and enter through the small doorway, and the inside of the place is no better. The dirty lichen hangs from a low ceiling, the walls are sticky, and your eyes are watering thanks to the thick smoke. Dozens of local derelicts are hunched over the clay tankards. A quick talk with the tainted bartender gains you entry to the back room where Scornar is expecting someone with a package. A sleepy-looking Daj Mahan guard lets you into the back room through a curtained doorway, but Javik has to stay outside. Inside, several motley individuals are playing cards. One of them, a tall man with red hair and beard, rises and sends the others out of the room with a wave of his hand while offering a seat to you at the table. You take a moment to look each other up and down before you comply. Scornar is a large man with broad shoulders, long limbs, and a thick red beard, contrasted by his boyish handsomeness. He is clearly not of imperial origin, but if you had to guess, you'd say he wasn't born on the continent. Foreign symbols cover his arms and neck in the form of tattoos. He's wearing a bronze breastplate, and a white-gray fur of a predator is covering his shoulders. An impressive bearded axe with an iron head leans against the wall next to him, and he makes no threatening move, yet you can feel he is a dangerous man. "Welcome, Vagrus. I am the one called Scornar, the blue-faced," he says. You do not mention that his face appears to be human color. "I've been expecting someone with a delivery." He sits down across you and pours both of you some ale, smiling. "Can I have it now?" You hand him the package. Scornar smiles mischievously as he unwraps the small leather package and carefully observes a golden ring decorated with silver symbols. He wraps it again and pockets the package, just checking if it's genuine, more for the craftsmanship's sake than yours. He says, upon seeing your quizzical expression, he salutes you with his own mug and drinks. You join him. "I am grateful to you, friend, for your part in this. I am sure Narbo compensated you somehow. However, you might want to do business with me later. Nonetheless, you'll find that I can help you with a lot of things in this city. I'll have to leave now, but I'll see you around, With that, Scornar leaves the room through a side door and rejoin Javik, going back to the common room. Interesting. So he wants to do business with me. The package. I guess let's go to Slagfort. The mighty Slagfort is the headquarters of the city guard, the Avernus Legion, and the prefectus himself. The fort overlooks the city from atop a hill on the south side, its main tower looming threateningly above the streets close by. Made entirely of the same kind of dark tone, the Slagfort is completely black now thanks to the layers of soot that cover its surfaces. Scrutinized briefly by the grim legionnaires at the gate, you enter the courtyard of the fort, which houses a few institutions the public can visit: the offices of the city guard, the courts, and the bounty offices. My girlfriend's crazy. She dyed her hair, and she said the stuff makes her hair smells like farts. Let's go to the bounty office. The bounty office is housed in a small, dilapidated building behind the courts. A group of unsavory types is awaiting in front of it to be called in. Bounty hunters, mean-looking trophies and cruel weapons hang from their belts. You wait in line to speak to the general bounty officer and get in a quarter of an hour a diminutive, bespectacled man. The bureaucrat gives you a boring speech on the bounties that are available. You figure there's no point in competing with the local hunters for city bounties, but the ones out in the wasteland are your turf. There's a bounty on an especially large Yakraw. Sounds good to me. A pesky outlaw chief. I wonder what draws men to life of an outlaw. Takes Quivus, for example. He was a fine gladiator with a great reputation. What a dashing fellow. I thought, what decapitations? And what does he do? He runs away with a bunch of gladiators and lowly slaves to live out there in the searing heat of the desert, preying on honest citizens such as yourself. It truly escapes me how it's better than here, but you can't teach his kind, I suppose. He's just a Sharduk. Sharduk are a culture of humans who managed to adapt to the cruel deserts of the east after invading Zarin just before the calamity. Typically have gray eyes, suntanned skins, which are originally quite fair, and light hair, brown or blonde. They are well-built and extremely hardy. Just before the calamity, when the Empire was in the midst of brutally subjugating the nations of Tark and Varan, an immense fleet of gigantic ships landed on the eastern shores of Zarin, filled with the exiled people of the Sharduk. Already fairly savage after a long period of social collapse in their homeland to the far east, the invaders decimated the great eastern plains, the breadbasket of the Empire. The legions responded, but only managed to achieve a shaky armistice that the Senate accepted in the hopes of buying time against the rebelling provinces. Then the calamity struck. The Sharduk followed the guidance of their gods, boarded their ships, and waited out the calamity offshore. Upon returning, they saw that their new lands had become terrible, bleak deserts. But it was never in their nature to give up, so instead of despairing, the Sharduk accepted their challenges presented by the New World and adapted to the great eastern desert, where they dwell even today. Today, Sharduk are wandering tribesmen who hunt and ride giant lizards and are feared throughout the Empire. They are considered cruel and barbaric, though perhaps they are not much more barbaric than many other tribal cultures in the continent. Yet they have a terrible reputation, and since they are at odds with everyone else, thanks to their marauding lifestyle, nobody likes to see them anywhere other than their deserts. A Sharduk would kill his own mother if it meant getting a few lyre, is a common saying in the Empire. And as much as we adored him in the arena, sands outside the arena shall run red with his blood for his crimes, and you shall be his executioner. Bring his head back intact, though, the office will perhaps want to keep it around, yes. Another bounty for a roaming dead abomination, sounds good. So how would we actually, like... I wasn't trying to leave. I was trying to go do bounties. Sure, whatever. Be rude, then. Be rude. Alright, how are my, my men? How my men's doing? Where are my men's? This one? No, that's not it. It's, what, W? Their vitality is currently 5 of 14, so awful. And his is currently 4 of 10, which means they're both very near to being mortally wounded. So not the greatest. Not in the greatest of shape. Alright, so I could sell stuff. I could sell stuff. So bronze is worth 186 per, which is pretty good. Copper is worth 162. Iron is worth 554. Okay. So if I sold a couple iron ingots, that would definitely allow me to exist here. I mean, honestly, I could sell just one, and that would be enough. Sell one. There we go. You know what? Let's sell two. Alright. That way we can stack that. It's not going to hurt nothing. We still have scrap metal. let's go back to the foundries then. Okay, is that everything? Alright, so we have no more scraps. Okay. And we also have 1 extra bronze and 1 extra iron that's not in the stacks. So we're going to sell that 1 extra bronze and we're going to sell that 1 extra iron. That way we have the least amount of space possible being used up. Alright. I really kind of want to buy some stuff here and just move on with my life, but I have a feeling that this is going to be worth way more at the other place, which is why we're doing this in the first place. We need supplies, though, so let's go ahead and let's grab quite a bit of supplies. I think that'd be enough. So what do we got? 250, 250, 250. That's 700 and 750. It's not bad. That'll work. That'll work for now. I'm curious if there's anything here I can purchase that might be worth a lot of money at the next trading post. But I don't know enough about the game to know which of these would be worth more in what's the next place? Vitrar. Do I know anything about Vitrar? Can I look at my codex? My codex. Okay, let's search for Vitrar. I don't know anything about this town. Vitrar. Vitrar. Why did it pull up with this? Okay, we're gonna save the 5 we got, the 540 that we got right now. We're gonna take a look around. All right, so let's see what other things scored are. You know, into the orc banner and enter through a small doorway. Okay. We ask if he can assist us in spying on the smelter's collegium. Ask if he can lend us muscle. Barter with him. Alright, let's see what you've got. I'm interested in salvage goods from the wasteland, or was there something you needed? Slaves taken from the market, perhaps, not the shitty kind, but good, strong ones, or perhaps some reefers, or weed. Supply most of the city. Sell the jade figurine. Skornar says it's the perfect for his mantelpiece. I don't have it, apparently. Lower than the local price. Sell the dwarven compass. Skornar thinks he knows a seller. That's way more than I paid for it. So, I have the compass. Why doesn't he, Oh, dwarven compass cannot be equipped. Okay, hold on. I mean, as good as the +1 movement and +1 navigation are, he's offering me 23 gold for it. It's a lot of gold. Or not 23 gold. He's offering me 23 bros, which is a lot. I did not pay 23 bros for that. I paid way less than 23 bros, and maybe selling it is a bad idea, but I feel like I can buy a lot of equipment with that. Why can't I, where's the frickin' Scornar? Slag Fort. Seek out the foundries. There it is. Okay, that brings me up to 29. Definitely, yes, that's great. So let's see. Ask how you can help him. Scornar scratches his beard thoughtfully. That's a very generous offer. There might be something you could help me with. See, I could deal with most things here, but out in the wasteland, there's a bit more difficult. You might already know this. There's a man a lot of people are looking for in Avernum, a man who was a gladiator but escaped. Now runs an outlaw gang among the dunes. There's a substantial bounty on his head, but I think I could match that and even sweeten the deal with something special. He smiles that mischievous smile of his when you ask him if a severed head will suffice. You misunderstand. I want the man alive. He is worth much more that way. Sure. Sounds good to me. Alright. So let's go back to the market. Now that we've got 29 gross to work with. I'd like to pick up some equipment. So this is an arms equipment slot. Let's see, what equipment slots do we have? We have a tool slot. So what a tool slot? We've got mining equipment, that would go in the tool slot, right? We've got good quality tools. 5% worker workforce. Makes the life of your workers easier. Sounds good to me. Animals. So we've got guard animals and hunting animals. I think these would be the best. It gives me combat strength and hunting base chance. Alright, we also have a cargo slot. Extra storage. Protected harnesses. Goes into the harness and defense slots. That's a harness slot. Bunch of locked slots that I can't do anything with. I'm assuming that's the defense slot. There's the arms slot. So that would be this one right here. And we have a miscellaneous slot as well. And also one of sorcery. I wonder where that is. Let's go ahead and buy this too so we have extra cargo space. That sounds good. And we also have this miscellaneous slot. I mean, we sold the compass, but honestly, to get all of this, I feel like it was worth it. So we have other slots, but a lot of them are locked. So all we have left is a miscellaneous and a sorcery. So the blinders and combat saddles can be put in the miscellaneous slot. +10 to chase, +1 outrider combat strength, +1 outrider defense. Animals defense, tools miscellaneous, +1 to prospecting. It's expensive. 11 for that. I think we'll go with this. Alright, so that gets us pretty well outfitted. Okay, so we need to start working on this quest so we can leave town. Alright, so investigate the magistrate, the smelter's collegium. Let's see if Skornar can help us with that. Gazes darkens. Them boys down in Scoria are not joking. What do you want to kick them in the Yurg nest for? You meet his stare. Only a few seconds he smiles, the mischievous smile again. None of my business, I know. Forget my asking. You did a great service to Narbo and me, so I'll help you out for free. Tell you the truth, I don't like those Scoria smelter boys much. You go and start sniffing around there in their turf, and my guy will already be there to help you out. You just look for the blue mask tattoo on his arm. Okay. Sorcerer. Tower of Incanus, the sorcerer, stands at the border of the hill, overlooking the streets and the alley filled with the foundries and forges in the northern side of Avernum. Half engulfed in smog, the tower stands much taller than any building nearby, and the soot-covered walls made of black stone are so smooth it looks almost seamless. A line of a gigantic fang, like spikes, crown the flat top of the tower. You walk up to the iron gate, where a large eye, covered out of obsidian, comes alive and gives you a good stare before emitting a strange moan and becoming motionless again. The gates open slowly to reveal a spacious antechamber that you enter. The roof is supported by black, smooth stone pillars, magical lights floating sleepily around like fireflies. There are sofas and chairs here, enough to seat a dozen guests in great comfort. Somehow the place feels odd. It is many times larger on the inside than it should be, judging from the outside. The imposing figure of Incanus stands motionless in the center of the antechamber and greets you in a monotone voice. You can't figure out if he's bored or simply lacks emotions in general, but he's courteous and very perceptive. You can only feel his piercing gaze from under a large hood of his crimson robes. There is something on your mind, Vagrus. Something you hope I'll provide a solution for, and you know that I'll have a price, he drawls. Tell me what you can of the last pilgrimage. The sorcerer hesitates only a little before motioning his long-fingered hand for you to sit down. You comply. Something tells me that you've had an encounter with this calculated spirits. Tell me about it, he says after he pockets your coins and sits down himself. You carefully recite your chance meetings with the last pilgrimage every now and then. Incanus interrupts you to ask a very specific question about your experiences with the specters. He seems especially interested in your visions that triggered when the undead procession was near. Incanus stays silent and motionless for a long while after you finish telling your story. At length he stirs and asks you in a rasping voice, what is exactly you would like to know? Is it possible they are following me? Can they be defeated somehow? Let me answer your question with a question, Incanus leans forward. If it was possible, why do you think no one has ever managed to do so? Ah, that is the question, isn't it? Kenneth scratches his scrawny beard with skeletal fingers. All information collected by wise throughout the centuries, as well as anecdotal accounts, tells us that the appearance of the pilgrims is completely random, and there has never been anyone recorded who encountered them twice, not even madmen who were looking for them. So when you told me about the 2 times you met the pilgrims, I was skeptical. Yet I can see that you are telling the truth. The sorcerer clears his throat. There are 2 possibilities. I believe one, it was indeed chance, however minuscule, that you happened upon them a second time. The chances of a third encounter are negligible. 2, they were roaming a specific region, in this case, Arenas Negros, and because there is practically nobody in that region, they converged on the only living beings nearby, your Kamitas. In any case, I'd avoid the desert of Black Sands and its border ranges for a while if I were you. Thank the gods for surviving 2 chance meetings. The pilgrimage was initiated just before the calamity, according to legend. They say that the weeks of odd and deadly omens preceded a catastrophe itself. Rain of blood, purple skies, weird apparitions, visitations from the dead, that kind of phenomena. Initially less in frequency and intensity, the omens were taken as a divine warning by all. However, the interpretation of these signs were differed vastly. One group of high priests believed that the elder gods sent these because Imperials strayed from the right path somehow, that they incited their wrath and the gods had to be appeased. Thus they converged in the north, either in Taut or Mort Capolis. Nobody knows for certain. Can't breathe. And they gathered a vast procession of followers and lesser clergymen around them. The priests then announced that in order to earn the forgiveness of the gods, they are to walk to the capital and pray along the way. They cast down all their rich garments and trinkets and set out, barefoot and full of hope. Incanus holds a dramatic pause. Yet their hopes and prayers were in vain. As the pilgrimage gained followers by the thousands, while they proceeded south along the Emperor's Road, the calamity struck, and most of the pilgrims died in agony, as the cursed winds tore their flesh off their bones and rivened their souls. But the priests endured. I did not say lived, on purpose. Twisted and reanimated by the dark power of the cataclysm, they rose again as undead abominations and continued their journey. Only now they appear and disappear without any discernible logic and move in strange angles as a ghostly procession of specters. They are doomed to wander forever, never reaching their goal, never resting, never knowing peace, and never gaining forgiveness of the gods, because those gods are dead and gone. What happens when they run into someone? What could my visions mean? No account of an encounter with the pilgrimage that I can recall speak of visions. Only apparition and airy lights, yours, and that of your companions, seem to be a unique reaction. I wonder if it has anything to do with your telepathic companion. The sorcerer glances at Javik, who is standing a few yards away, leaning at a pillar. Unlikely, your friend says, frowning. At our second encounter with these beings, I was busy holding our beast's burden from running away with my mind, so I did not see any visions at all. How would it be connected to me if I was the only one not to see anything? I concur, Incanus nods and turns back to you. Unfortunately, dreams and visions and phantasms are not my area of expertise. I suggest you seek out an Oneiromancer, or a shaman, perhaps. The Sadiru tribes of the west have shamans who are said to communicate with elements and spirits of the world. It may be that such a person could tell you more. Okay, I have none of the items he wants. Okay. The Collegium headquarters is a large tavern called Gallo's Anvil, right next to the bathhouse at the Order of Scoria, and the streets below the villa district filled with foundries and metallurgical workshops. The place is among better ones in town, and the regulars are smiths, smelters, their novices, and merchants. All belong to the Smelters Collegium. It would not be difficult to find someone higher up in the guild to talk to them. Javik can scan whoever you talk to for surface thoughts, but asking about their possible connection to abolitionists might raise suspicion. So how do you want to approach them? The two fellows you and Javik end up talking to, representatives of the Collegium, are joined by Skornar's man, a half-elf with a charming smile, mismatched eyes, and a blue mask tattoo on his forearm. He negotiates in your name, presenting your association with Skornar. You talk about your interest in the black market. The half-elf guides the conversation. Every time he senses the representatives are becoming suspicious or defensive, they are very dodgy when it comes to their partners at the market, especially ones who deliver contraband from outside the city, so you end up not pushing that angle. In the end, you manage to establish contact with the black market through them and would be able to place an order, not that you intend to, but little else. When you leave, the half-elf smiles at you apologetically outside the tavern. Not sure I was much help, but it seems these fellows are vehemently protecting their partners in crime. I hope it wasn't for naught, though. You thank him and take your leave. You consult Javik when you are far from Gallo's Anvil. He looks exhausted. Sorry, boss. It was very tough jumping between minds. Didn't get much from them apart from a sense that our nightly friend's suspicion was well-founded. They surely have dealings with the abolitionists, but protect their identities far more vehemently than that of simple illegal business partners. I could not get much except a glimpse of a street with a long yellow building when one guy was thinking about contacting their associates. All right. Let's go report to Sedaris. I already did that. Alright, one per day. Okay, so I need to rest. Let's see. You ask the priest to grant you servant's power. After you're deemed eligible, a priest begins chanting an angry prayer in front of the god's altar. A handful of novices join in. In a matter of minutes, the chant reaches its crescendo, and the priest returns to you, eyes ablaze with raging dark energy. He reaches out and touches your forehead. An anxious, restless power, not unlike a cold rage, saturates you and gives you focus. For a long time afterwards, you feel you have the energy to do anything, and this seems to inspire your crew too. Interesting. Ah, I could have got it for free. Okay, I wanted to do one more thing before I took a nap. Where is it? Not the sorcerer. Oh yeah, the fighting pits. And then talk to the medicos. And I want to buy her medkits. Alright, and then we're going to sleep for the day. Definitely going to use our medical kit. Pay everybody now. Pay them 2 times. Actually, no, I'll just pay them. Alright, so let's do another investigation. I could also do the fighting pit, but I don't think my crew is up for it. Javik is at 5 out of 10. Morwen is at 8 out of 14, so yeah, it's not really that great. You decide to follow up on one of the leads given to you by Sedaris. Which one will you choose? Alright, so we're going to do Centurion. The Rusty Pugio is a fairly clean establishment with primarily soldier and veteran regulars. Because of this, not many shady followers visit this place. That does not mean, however, that the regulars are well behaved or sober. You can see a legionnaire passed out on the bench while a few auxiliary troopers are playing a dice game in the far corner. laughing and swearing foully. You ask the barman if Vardus Pendius is here, and he points you to a swarthy, short, pot-bellied man in his 40s, wearing dirty armor and a uniform of a centurion. His helmet rests next to him on the bar. Talk to the bartender. The bartender leans closer as you gesture to her. Her large shoulders and legionnaire tattoo indicate she's a veteran. You carefully tell her you wish to spice up Pendius's drinks, but mean no harm. Her eyes narrow, the scar on her cheeks twists into a wicked smile. Good luck with that, old boozer. If you think you get him smashed, why would I help? Charismatic. High chance of success. You take the first mug of spiced up booze to the centurion. Vardius Pendius eyes drinks suspiciously, but his alcoholism gets the better of him, and giving you a friendly smile, he takes it. And what do I owe this gift, friend, fellow Thulter? You don't look like that to me. He slurs his words as his eyes you up and down. The two of you start to chat with Javik sitting at the table in line of sight. You know that you have to bring the conversation to patrol when he was near the Molten Tongue so that your friend can read his corresponding thoughts. Pendius is already more than tipsy from the spiced up booze, but he's still a little worried. We're going to buy him some more. Pendius has formidable resilience when it comes to booze, yet you manage to get him blind, stinking drunk. You also guide the conversation to a notorious patrol on the north that only he survived. Not even his intoxication can hide his fear when he talks about the recon mission. Not what you think it was. Tush poor boyish deserved not dish. He laments. You could swear there are tears in his eyes. He mumbles about the whole affair not being what it seemed. Soon afterward you excuse yourself, but by then Pendius is non-coherent anyways. You go back to the Mancio where Javik tells you he was mostly successful in reading the drunkard's thoughts on the patrol. He's clearly paranoid about the whole matter. He recalled his comrades killed, but not out there in the waste, but in some kind of death trap in a large room, all young recruits. I think they publicly set up his patrol only to kill off everyone but him and told him to pretend they got slaughtered by abolitionists in the north. Basically, they created a fake story to make our nightly associate and his cohort think they are going to find a camp there. It boggles my mind how far they went to protect something. He kept thinking about Scoria, the district here in town. Maybe the massacre was done here. What? Okay. So we can't do anything more because literally they limit us to one investigation a day, so that's interesting. Alright, so what's next? You happen upon a cruel scene while walking the streets of the city. A crowd has gathered around a slave who is lying on the ground at the plaza, beaten and bruised, begging for mercy. Apparently the slave displeased his owner somehow, who decided to punish him. He's watching from an alley as the lynch mob is preparing to stone the unfortunate man. You offer to buy the slave. His owner is happy to oblige as he cares more for the coin than for his struggle. You take the beaten slave away from the plaza. He keeps thanking you to the point of annoyance. He promises you to serve you to the best of his abilities, whatever you are going to do with him. Let him go. You walk the streets of the city under ashen skies, taking a few of your best with Avernum as a large city opportunities. Good, we did a good deed. Did a good deed. Small group repeats, you end up talking about ravenous undead abominations that haunt the region. Seem very worried. The undead are cause for concern when they are not controlled by priests, and the Ashkul are licensed imperial necromancers at least, so they quickly come up with a way to aid you in this quest. Even though the rampant undead are fairly common, you get the feeling that they have long given up trying to deal with all of them. The solution is a bone charm, specifically enchanted by them to disrupt uncontrolled undead in the vicinity for a few minutes, long enough for you to deal with it. For a small contribution to the clergy, you can get the charm and command where to activate it. Sounds good to me. Alright, so let's go to sleep again for the next day, I guess. Let's pay all my workers, please. Please use medkits. Alright, so now we can do the last investigation. To your mild amusement, the plan Sedaris came up with to lure the assistant magistrate works. Upon arriving to Slagfort, you tell one of the clerks in service of the courts that you have news about the Sigurd followers who were killed. In the north, the slave asks you to wait until he reports to one of the administrators. Before you could sit down with said bureaucrat, a clerk arrives to tell you the assistant magistrate Darrell will personally listen to your account. You are escorted to the offices of the top floor of the courts, and you are told to knock to enter. Javik looks at you unknowingly as you stand before the office door. Morwen is picking her nails. You knock and enter. You find yourself inside a spacious office with small slit windows looking out onto the courtyard of Slagfort. There's a desk here with scrolls stacked up on one side and a few opened ones lying in the middle. Maps of the region are on the walls, and rows of shelves hold even more scrolls. A clerk, slave, busies herself with organizing these. A middle-aged man with a warm smile rises from the chair at the desk. He has dark eyes and receding hairline. Over his orange tunic is the sash of his office, blue and purple, with a silver clasp holding it at his shoulder. He introduced himself as Geludis Darrow. My subordinates tell me you have news of a group of Sigurderites. We are awaiting a cohort of such constitution back at to the city, but we're beginning to be worried that something happened to them as they are late. Perhaps you might have heard of them. So you heard rumors in the city that such a company had left a while ago. Tell them you did not know about this cohort of his. So you've asked around before coming here, understandable. I'm sure you want to know as much as you can beforehand. I think you realize how urgent and important this matter is, so now please tell me everything. Tell them the fake story. Okay. My Comatos was traveling Scrapheap south along the Molten Tongue. We came around the Voiceless Lake. Started hearing noises of battle. We approached and found dead bodies laying everywhere. So you mean to say there was no fighting going on by the time you arrived? Moderate chance of success. Go on, says Darrow, scratching his tin thoughtfully. We've checked the bodies. There was a lot of undead, mostly smoldering variant. It was clear that there was a great battle there. The other bodies all belonged to the same group. They were all Sigurdites and their armed followers. A handful of them badly mutilated by the undead. We checked and found no survivors. Ooh, I feel like I get myself into trouble if I say this, but it's the truth. What do I say? What do I say? Understandable. These must be of great value, and you are a businessman. Your report now makes up for what you took, or Vagrus. You conclude the story by telling him that you have not come across any undead or Sigurdites, living or dead, on your journeys here. Have you seen a knight among the bodies, perhaps a tall fellow, blonde hair, broad shoulders, dark armor, and an exquisite helm? Fights with a great sword, Darrow asked for a brief pause. You tell him you did not find anyone among the bodies matching the description, even though you checked them fairly thoroughly. The assistant magistrate thanks you, promise you to report to higher ups in the city. Should they decide further question, they'll find you at your berth. A berth. Long after you left Slagfort, Javik tells you the plan has worked. I read his thoughts on the matter. It is clear he knew much about the setting of the trap. He got really upset when you told him Sedaris might be alive and well. He thought about his career and the prefect but also to report this to someone called Hanvius as well as soon as he can. Okay. Finally, Sedaris says scornfully when you return and tell him you are done with the investigations. There are a few other Segridites in the room, watching silently. You recount everything you learned in the last few days, and Javik details his mental scans. Following your report, Sedaris goes behind closed doors with 2 priests, a Segridos, and a couple executors, while you are told to stay put for now. They emerge a quarter of an hour, and the executors leave right away. The knight approaches you with an uncharacteristic smile on his otherwise grim face. We've got them now, Vagrus. Thanks to the information you've provided, we've located the trader's headquarters in the city, a long yellow building, the district Scoria, and the man named Hanvius. It so happens that Gaius Hanvius, a wealthy merchant and city official who is known to be conducting shady business in the name of the prefectus, owns a large yellow warehouse in Scoria. The whole block is abandoned, making it an ideal place for a hideout. That may not mean anything, Javik starts to say with a frown before Sedaris interrupts him. No, they are there. All of us can sense their treacherous stench, and Sergorod's servants are never wrong about such things. The way he says it shuts Javik up for good. Bring your men, Vagrus. We strike as soon as you are ready. That'll cost you extra. The priests are also fixing you with grim grazes. I told you the Empire needed you and your crew to conclude the investigation on the abologist. Until their nest is destroyed, the investigation is not concluded. The local temple will send every able hand to set up an ambush on the warehouse, but with your help, we will be able to guarantee nobody escapes the snare. Do not fail me in this, and the order will be grateful. Leaving the hideout, you set out to Mancio. You can see Javik is worried. He sighs. I don't like where this is going, boss. The last thing we needed was to get involved in conspiracies with local underworld. The city's leaders, bandits, and damn fanatics all tearing at each other apart with us in the middle for the first time in a long while. I don't know what you're thinking. Just when you're about to say something, he goes on. You don't have to say anything. Just know that this is how I see things, and also that many fellows in the crew are thinking the same. We know there's little you can do to get rid of our nightly parasite at a present, but keep in mind that what we originally set out to do. Let me go see if I can get some help from my friend Scornar. You plan on doing something reckless? God gives you luck, friend. I'll provide the rest, but what do you need them for? Stand alongside your guys fighting in the pits. Fighters for your travels. So you are a Lanista now, he guffaws. Alright, so hopefully that got me someone else to fight with. I still have Morwen and Javik. No, somebody. I mean, he must be there, but he's not there. I mean, if he's going to fight with me in the pits, then he must be there. You arrive at the rendezvous point set by Sedaris, accompanied by your fighting crew only. It is a few blocks away from the warehouse itself, enclosed in the atrium in the abandoned house. A group of grim-faced, visibly anxious Sergodite novices are gathered around several priests and executors. The Black Knight is also there, standing tall next to the wall, arms crossed, looking at his allies thoughtfully. Everything happens fairly fast. You learn of the attack plan that involves the Sergodites surrounding the warehouse, blocking all exits, while a force of executors and priests attack from 2 sides. In the meantime, you take your companions and Sedaris to the 3rd rear door in the alley to deal with the ones that remain. Following Sedaris, you go around several blocks and end up behind the warehouse. The attack commences as planned, with novices rushing into the streets. Your group enters the back alley just as you hear the shouts and painful cries. The main force must have entered the warehouse. You don't even make it to the back door when it bursts open and several armed men rush out. Oh, okay. Premonition. Okay, got a nice cleave. See if I can finish him off. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, so you're gonna go ahead and hit him. You missed. Alright. Go ahead. Keep working on this guy. Morwen can't hit this guy because he's down below. It's fine. Well, that's obnoxious. Alright, let's go ahead and give Morwen a buff. Everybody's got a little 3-turn buff now. I think his is about to run out, but it'll be alright. Alright, down you go. Okay, that takes care of that. You are quickly finishing off stragglers and gather your team after the skirmish when a wounded priest stumbles out of the back entrance. Panting, he tells you that the warehouse is cleared out, but a group of abolitionists manages to break out and escape through the rooftops toward the south. Sedaris beckons you, and you start to run. You catch up with your fleeing foes as they descend from a low building's roof onto an abandoned street. One of them, an archer, spots you and lets loose an arrow. It pierces the throat of one of your fighters, who tumbles to the ground. Sedaris charges ahead with a war cry. Your group and theirs clash moments later. Okay. Alright, we need to go with AoE attacks. A whole lot of rude going on right now. Leave her alone! Perfect. Aw, I missed one. Man, her vitality is super low. She's gonna end up getting downed because they're focusing her. Whoa, crit strike on Sedaris. And down she goes. Okay, I need to, need to pull them forward. Alright, that's what she's gonna... She doesn't fall down. Alright, let's use hypnosis. And whiplash. To pull them forward. And I can actually keep that up fairly well. And they'll keep trying to move backwards, and that's fine. And I'll keep moving them back forward every chance I get. Wait a minute, how did she fire, though? I feel like that was a little bit much. You know what, screw it, we're just gonna have to go for it. Fairly certain I can kill that one, hopefully, before they kill us. You just attack my downed warrior. You would just get you the worst. You the whole worst. I can just missed. And they killed her. Oh lord, they killed her. Miss and evade. I'm not even sure what to do here. I feel like I'm just doing awful. Every single one of my dudes is dying on this mission. Morwen. -1 fighter. Though clearly wounded, the archer manages to get away. Her men sacrifice themselves to save her. There's no point in trying to catch her, as your own companions are fairly badly bruised themselves. You trudge back to your warehouse, now secured in the Sacredites. The streets are a grim sight of bodies, or parts of them lie everywhere, mostly abolitionists, but quite a lot of novices too. An executor reports to Sedaris, apparently all but a handful of the enemy was slain. While they lost their priest, 2 executors, and a dozen novices. In spite of that, it's clearly visible that they are elated by the bloodshed. They have also taken a prisoner who is being questioned, as testified by the painful cries coming from the warehouse. Sedaris tells you to wait here while he personally interrogates the captive. The painful cries and sobs escalate shortly after Sedaris enters the warehouse, only turning to dead silence after a couple of minutes. The dead knight returns moments later. Thurgod is with us, Vagrus. We have struck major blows to the enemy. Judging from the contraband in this building, these abolitionists have been smuggling goods they took from the Kamiati and travelers for years now. The tunnel they dug under the wall that connects to the warehouse confirms this, the Black Knight says, bristling. Our prisoner was kind enough to tell on his friends, though. There are 3 camps hidden in the Arenas Varax, where they directed their attacks from, each no more than several days' travel from Avernum to the south and east. Our next move is to strike at these camps, now that their operation in the city is eliminated. Their supporters and allies will lay low for quite a while after today's show of force. He pauses. Looking at you with that piercing gaze, I have decided that we'll join your comitatus, and you'll help us seek these camps in the wasteland. I may go along with this, but you have to give me more than promises now. There's a hint of indignance in the Black Knight's voice as he speaks. The moment we capture their leader, that archer bitch, you'll get your reward, as well as the eternal gratitude of my order, or are you doubting my words? To underline his point, several Sigurdites move closer to you and your companions. All of a sudden, the alley feels very crowded. You do not wish to defy the will of Cerebrod, do you, Vagrus? Before you leave the site of the brutal fight, Vagrus turns to you, so that you know how valuable your aid to the Empire and its tireless servants. I want you to know this. I hereby vow in the name of Surgorod that should you aid me in eliminating the threat of these abolitionists and help capture their leader, I shall set you free from your services and see to it that you'll be most handsomely rewarded. The knight has a constipated look, like someone who has a really hard time admitting something. He clears his throat. Now I hope that this suffices. Go and see your business here quickly. We set out as soon as you are able. You have to take your leave and trudge back to Mancio with your companions, bruised and bone-tired. A platoon of Sigurd executors already guard the inn. By the time you get there, packed and ready to leave Avernum with you. Whew, she's wounded really badly. Supplies 5 days. Alright, we're gonna have to, before we set out to go anywhere, we're gonna have to get some more supplies. And unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to sell one more of these ingots. Alright, how is my beasts? Didn't I need another beast? Because one of my beasts died. But I can't. Beasts are, ooh, they're so expensive. Hmm. Hmm. They're just so wounded. They're so very wounded. I mean, granted, they'll sleep along the way, but any battles that I have are going to make things worse. Whew. $350 supplies. The guards check your cargo and talk to you briefly as Comatose moves through the gate. Did you pay your tax upon entry? You're finally outside the city gates. The Comatose stretches out in a line and you start your head toward the destination.
With the Black Knight's investigation concluded in Avernum, we were yet again chained to his will and purpose. Commandeered from our original venture, we set out across vast plains of sand and rock in search of escaped slaves that preyed upon travelers. We could only dream that we'd make it out of this predicament alive and could return to our journey eastwards.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen. I've been streaming for about 4 hours on this game, and my throat's a little dry. I'm going to go get myself something to drink, and I think I'm going to pick this up another day. But this is a very, very fun game, and I hope that you all have enjoyed this game with me. This will be uploaded up on YouTube later, if you want to watch it on there. You know, Ginger Gaming Mentor on YouTube as well. And thanks a lot, app developer, for giving me this game. It's a very, very cool game. A lot of reading, a lot of mind imagination, a lot of very cool backstories in this you know, this codex. Just all sorts of cool things in here. I mean, there's codexes in here I haven't even read yet, like the one on the abolitionists, for instance. You know, and I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna have fun playing this game. I don't know how long this game is, but you know, we're gonna see if we can beat it. I know I got a lot of games on the list here, but we're definitely gonna see what we can do. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys and gals, and I hope you'll join me next time when I enter the world of Vagrus. Anyway, thanks for joining me.